How you guys doing?
How are you guys doing? Oh, what's up, guys? It's me, PSM. We're in the building.
It's nice to be able to talk to you guys now that I imagine most of you guys have seen Brand New Day. You know what? Let me start a poll in the chat just to make sure. How many of have you seen Spider-Man Brand New Day? Because I figure people are gonna be spoiling in the chat. So let me just take a quick poll and see how many people have seen it, just so I can, figure out whether or not I should get into spoiler territory. Because I figure people are probably gonna be asking me about the movie anyway. All right, so we're sitting comfy between like 60 and 80 right now. It's going back and forth. Hi, you beautiful little human. I love you. May you get blessings. Yo, shout out Zablinski. I appreciate you, bro. Seeing it on the 4th with my mom. Okay, I might be. They got Mecha Chameleon on the YouTube Jewels now? What is this? Robin, thank you for the Mecha Chameleon. Alright, I'll be light on the Brand New Day commentary then, because it still looks like there's at least like 40% of you that haven't seen it. Anyway, how you guys doing? Yesterday, well, really, for a long time, I had decided that I wanted to do some rotoscoped shots for my Spider-Man show, where I would use, some of the movie swings as inspiration. And I would follow in the footsteps of my predecessors by drawing over some shots from these movies. If you watch Spectacular Spider-Man today, right? There are a couple of scenes where you can very clearly tell that they use some of the shots from the Raimi movies as not inspiration, but they rotoscope over these shots, like boom, Spectacular Spider-Man, same landing. Here, with the swing by, with the camera. There's another one, hold on. There's one coming up that is much more obvious. Watch. Because this is bar for bar
Hope
the
everyone
same
is doing
movement.
great.
You too, Spider-Ree. I hope you're doing good. Look at that. That's nearly 1-to-1. And so, I figure if the official cartoons can get away with it and everybody loves them, I thought it'd be cool if I tried something similar in my own show. I already experimented a little bit with this one shot, which I'll pull up for you now. This shot right here it's a rotoscoping of that one shot from TASM2 where the camera is strapped to his chest and he's doing a little web shot out to the side. Now, I know this shot's a little bit short because it's when I was still experimenting with it. This is the first time I'd ever done it. But we're not done with this sequence yet, because he's gonna do this, and it's gonna lead into another shot which I threw together yesterday. I have all the line art done for it. I'm just gonna do the detailing on live stream today, and then maybe I'll mess around with the background and try to figure out how I'm gonna do that. That shot that I just showed you is going to lead into this, and I'll let this play a few times so that you guys can really soak it in. But so yeah, it took me about 3 hours to do this yesterday. So really let that sit in. You like this shot? Guess what? It took me fucking 3 hours to do. And I got my Dunkin'. Gotta get the Dunkin'. So yeah, and I'll get you the original just so you can compare. It's the original, and then I'll play it with the background so that you guys can, I don't know, get another look at it. Rotoscope the brand new day swinging. I might, to be honest, because I have a bit of an idea with how, or you know, I have a bit of a rule set for what I will and won't rotoscope. I think for more modern movies, right? For Spider-Man movies that have been out a little bit longer, right? Like for the Raimi movies, I'll keep that for older parts of the show, like parts of the show that take place like maybe pre-Gwen death. And then post-Gwen death, I think that's when I'll start doing TASM1 stuff, TASM2 stuff, brand new day stuff. So we'll when I get the opportunity to put a swinging shot in, that's when we'll make these choices. But yeah, we're gonna be working on this today. I got asked this question in my Discord server. Am I worried that I'm gonna get sued for rotoscoping this? I don't know. If Marvel wanted to come in and tell me to stop making my show, they would have fucking done it by now, if I'm being honest. I don't think me rotoscoping one shot of the show that only plays for sub 5 seconds is gonna be the final chip in the block or whatever. I don't know. Kai, how did you animate this? Good. It's easy when you have something to draw over. I can't lie. I don't think Marvel gives a shit, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think the only reason they would give a shit is if people kept telling them to do shit like PSM did, and then they'd be like, okay, fuck this guy.
Media 321 is so cool they gave me £1.99. D, did you trace or draw with reference next to you?
Well, I mean, it's as simple as this. Alright, I turned the fucking... So I have a layer that's strictly white. I made it a little translucent, right? We'll go frame by frame. So for some shots, I traced over the pose exactly. There's a little bit of frame recycling in there, which you could see. Not every frame is unique. Like this, I reused this frame here because I'm skipping a couple of poses that Andrew is doing. See, like here, his feet are a little bit higher above his head. But I mean... tracing is the name of the game with rotoscoping. I know tracing is usually unethical, but that's what you're supposed to do when you're rotoscoping. And I will, of course, include everything. I included the entire creative team in the credits for the last episode. Like, the creative team for the comic I was adapting, all of them in the credits. Same thing for this. I'm gonna try to slide the entire creative team for the CGI work on TASM. I'm probably going to end up putting that in the credits as well, because I feel like it'd just be unfair for me not to include them. Here's some frame editing, where it's the same pose, except I changed the left arm. Oh, yo, what's up, Drago? Nice to see you. That's clean. Amazing work. Keep up the amazing work on your show. To another creator, to another, I'll be there. Bro, I'll be there for yours as well. Shout out Drago. I love the shit you've been doing on your Spider-Man show. It's looking good. Will you trace over the background as well? I don't think so. I might change the background because... I'm not going to trace the background. I'm going to try to keep the buildings the same as they were on the previous shot to keep continuity. Maybe I'll, like, use the background as a reference, but I'll try not to, like, steal the buildings in the back. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Kai, if you want to credit people, you should also credit some of the stunt performers for that shot. Chat, I don't think they used stunt performers for this shot. I'm gonna be so for real with you. This is purely CGI. I don't think any stunt workers did this. Like, there's no way they had a dude swing in on a line, have him pull up on that same line twice. This is CGI. There is no stunt worker that did this. And I saw somebody else say in the chat earlier, PSM, you don't even like TASM that much. Bro, if I have problems with a movie, does that mean I can't ever pay homage to it ever? Sometimes I see some dumbass things getting said in this chat. No offense. No offense. But sometimes I look over and I wonder if the person who just chatted what I'm reading thought about what they said before they typed it in. And what is with the polyester man memes? I don't understand that. Why are we calling Andrew Polyester Man? What is the meme here? What is the joke? Polyester Man. I don't understand it. Chat, I've got a confession for you. I'm like 90% sure. I'm like 90% sure. Hold on. I'm 90% sure the PSM pants are polyester. Hold on. Oh, they don't tell you. I took the tag out. I don't know. Chat, the suit is not made out of polyester. Andrew's suit is not made of polyester. That is just straight up a lie. Can't be. Anyway. Now they're gonna start calling me Polyester Man. Is it because he lets all those people die in that first scene where like all these innocent people are getting hit by the trucks and shit? I love Andrew, but I can't defend that. That's craziness. Right? Like I love Andrew, but he let all those people get fucked for hype moments and aura. I can't lie. Like I love that dude. What was he thinking? What was he thinking? It was an edit that got clowned on. Okay. How long did this take? This shot took me 3 hours just to do the line art for it. Okay, this is the same shot. I don't need to be coloring this. I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing here, because there's some... I gotta keep in mind which frames I've recycled and which frames I haven't.
Happy to back as a member.
Thank you, Robin Hood. Today. Hell yeah. Oh, chat, you know what's funny? I was thinking about this a lot yesterday. Chat, did you know that yesterday was Spider-Man Day? How many of you guys in the chat knew that? Did you guys notice how I didn't say a word yesterday? I didn't say a thing yesterday on Spider-Man Day? You would think that I would have something to say about Spider-Man Day on Spider-Man Day, right? Bro, every fucking day for me is Spider-Man Day. Why the fuck would I celebrate Spider-Man Day? Every day is Spider-Man Day. I wake up in the morning, I'm animating my Spider-Man show, I'm making a fucking video about Spider-Man, I'm making fucking Spider-Man suits. Every day is Spider-Man Day. Who gives a fuck? Why should I care? Why should I care, bro? Every day is Spider-Man Day. I don't give a fuck what it says on the calendar. I'm not gonna fucking celebrate my daily? The fuck are we talking about? Spider-Man Day. That'd be like, I don't care. It's Spider-Man Day every day if you make it so.
At Jason McDuck is so cool they gave me 5 Singapore dollars. D.
Thank
what are
you.
your thoughts on the original orange and purple Spider-Man design?
You know, honestly, I've seen it on costumes and it can work. Also, chat, I'm demonetizing this stream so that the ads will start playing. Or so that the ads will stop playing, sorry. I'm seeing a lot of you guys in the chat complaining about getting ads, so I turn the ads off. I don't know why, but I have to set it so that the ads don't play, or else they will play automatically. So tell me in the chat if you guys are getting ads, because I've got them turned off now. Somebody in the chat said, you should have taken a day off. It's Labor Day for a person like you. That's pretty funny. You got a point, I'll be honest. But yeah, chat, every day is Spider-Man Day. Come on. Every day is Spider-Man Day, bro. Oh shit, I forgot to draw the glove line in this shot. Are you broke like Peter Parker? No, unironically, I think I have more money than Peter Parker, no doubt. No doubt. I hope Kai owns a Lamborghini. Chat, I don't need a Lamborghini. I'll be honest. Even if I got super rich, I don't think I'd get a rich person car. It's not worth it. Because like what? You gotta fret about your super nice car getting scratched all the time? It's like, bro, who gives a shit? Just fucking drive a, I don't know, get a Honda or something. You don't fucking need a rich person car. Like, if I ever got super rich, I would not change the car that I have. Like, I got no reason to change my car. I like my car. I like my car the way that it is. I think that's rich person shit. I don't know. Kai, are you kind of bummed out that Dr. Tanner wasn't in Brand New Day? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I said in my review that I wasn't ready to unseat my goats. I wasn't ready to put Brand New Day next to Spider-Man 2 or Spider-Verse, but I would have if Dr. Tanner was in the movie. I really thought the leakers were right that Dr. Tanner was gonna show up, but I guess not. Kai, if I Show Speed can perform at the Super Bowl, you can too. See, now what reason would I have to perform at the Super Bowl? Real shit. Like, what reason would I have to do all that? Not much. Okay, this one might be tough when I get back to it, but we'll see. We'll see when I get back here. What do you think the last credit scene was about? I think it may have confirmed the plot leak for Doomsday that I was seeing online, which I think is kind of shitty. I'm not going to talk about what that plot leak was, but yeah. I think if that is true, I'm like, I don't know, chat. I'm not in the camp that I think Doomsday is going to be good. I'm not in the Doomsday good camp. I think Doomsday is going to be a pile of shit. Okay, I don't need to animate, or I don't need to color that shot. Kai, it's my birthday today. Yo, happy birthday, Gavin. I hope you're having a good one. Shout out to you, bro. Would you like to see Agent Venom in the MCU? Seeing Agent Venom in the MCU is a lot like my opinion on seeing Miles in the MCU. I think those are ideas that could be great if they are handled properly and given enough time before they are announced. Or not announced, but I would like to see Agent Venom after seeing Venom. I don't want to see Agent Venom until I get like at least 4 appearances of Venom in other movies and other things. I don't want to see Agent Venom until Venom has done his time. I think this is the cleanest frame of this. Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to see Agent Venom. I don't want to see Agent Venom until Venom is well established. And I don't want to see Miles either. Like, I love Tom, but I think he has been playing way too much of the Insomniac games. The way he's talking about Miles and how he wants to have Miles show up. Like, no. No. Alright, people forget that there's like 70 years of Spider-Man stories before Miles shows up. It's not time yet. It is not time for Miles yet. Like, I think Miles works best after Spider-Man has had a lot of fucking time.
$1.99. D.
Thank you, Silver Crawler. So yeah, I don't want to see Miles yet. Like, I want Tom Holland to be I want Tom Holland to look at other things, because sometimes when he is asked a question about what he wants to see next, and that leads to him kind of exposing like what other Spider-Man media he has seen, I get a little worried. Because, I mean, the kinds of things I want to see Tom Holland talking about, I want to see him talking about, like, maybe some villains, some, like, deep-cut comic stories that have never been done before, right? Like, I don't want to see him talking about Miles. It's not time for Miles yet, bro. It's not time yet. And I'll be honest, I'll be so honest, I've said this in a video, I do not think Miles hits as hard unless Spider-Man is dead. I think Spider-Man has got to die for Miles Morales to have like a very different and interesting story to tell. One of my favorite things about Miles' story, which you could argue isn't handled well in his own comic book, right? Fine. But I think the fact that Miles has to deal with a world that may or may not reject him for picking up the mantle, that's an engaging world. Like, that is a world that I want to see somebody trying to pick up being Spider-Man in. I don't want to see two Spider-Man. Or I don't want to see two Spider-Men. That's not as interesting to me. I think there's less conflict in that because Miles has a role model to rely on. I think it's a little more emotionally engaging to see Miles Morales fumbling around in a world that can't help him with a very unique problem that he has. Like, think about the intro, or not the intro, but think about the time in Into the Spider-Verse before Miles even meets another version of Peter, right? Like, Miles has to try to figure out how to use his powers, how to be Spider-Man all by himself. Like, for a fat minute in the comics, he doesn't even have web shooters. That is the stuff I loved seeing. Like, Miles Morales trying to navigate how to be a superhero entirely on his own. Maybe he has Genki to help him. That, I want that. I don't want Peter to be around to always help Miles. I think that kind of removes the isolation, the loneliness from his story, and that's what I want to see. W idea. I mean, that's not even an idea. That's just how it, you know, like, that's not a new idea. That's just how it was. That's how it was for Miles. He didn't know how to make the web fluid. He didn't know how to fight villains. All this stuff was kind of new to him. Right? Like, he doesn't even get the web shooters until issue 13. Kai, what do you think the most LARPed Spider-Man take is? That Mary Jane is a bad love interest. That is that's the number one cue that you're talking to a LARPer. Like, if you're talking to a Spider-Man LARPer and they say that Gwen is way better than MJ, that's how you know. That's immediately how you know you're talking to somebody who's never read a Spider-Man comic in their life. Is if they say that Mary Jane like, if they say some shit like, oh, Mary Jane didn't like Spider-Man, but Gwen loved Spider-Man. That's how you know you're talking to a LARPer. That's how you know you're talking to a genuine LARPer right there. That's a live-action role player in the flesh right there. Live-action role-playing as a Spider-Man fan. Legit so annoying whenever they say MJ is a bitch. I mean, I don't like calling women bitches, right? But I mean, MJ, I was reading some Spider-Man stories the other day where MJ was being a little mean to Peter, but to be fair, Peter was being an asshole to her. And that's the thing, right? Like, people don't understand that half the time when Mary Jane is being an asshole to Spider-Man, especially in the comics, I mean, can you really blame her? She is a powerless civilian, and half the time, her boyfriend is running off without, you know, always having the time to include her in what's going on. Can you really blame her? And that's my point. I would never call her a bitch, but she is justified to get a little angry with Peter sometimes. I just think that there is a misogyny problem in the comic community. Like, generally just in the story, like, I mean, I guess that's the world, you know, like everybody's gonna sit down and consume stories, even misogynists, but I think there's a problem in the way that the fucking, I don't know, I think there is a problem in the way that some people consume stories, and this is a problem that is most prevalent with misogynists, and it's that they have trouble empathizing with women in stories, and I think Mary Jane is one of the biggest victims of that, I guess, illness in society. Kai, I love your costumes. Thank you, Ozzy. Hey, PSM, what did you do on Spider-Man Day? I did the line art for this shot. That's what I did. I tell you what, I didn't celebrate, because every day is Spider-Man Day in this motherfucking house. Fuck Spider-Man Day. Every day is Spider-Man Day. It's like asking Santa Claus if he celebrates Christmas. Bro, I'm working on Christmas all year. All year. You think I'm waiting for yesterday? You think I'm waiting for yesterday to celebrate that shit? It's all day. It's all week. It's all month. It's all year. It's all the time. It's all the time. Rate Brand New Day 1 to 10. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, I know some of you guys are probably gonna flame me for this in the chat, but I kind of agree with IGN calling it a 7 out of 10. You guys are gonna flame me for this, but I don't care. It's my opinion. I think the reason why most people prefer Gwen over MJ because how Marvel is handling her character recently in the comics and Tobey Maguire movies too. I would flip that around. I would say that most people prefer Gwen over MJ because of the movies, right? And I think anybody that's saying that they prefer Gwen over MJ because of the comics today, I would say that's still somebody who's not reading. That's somebody who's not reading. Because anybody who is reading the comics from when Gwen is around just knows that it's kind of a rehashing of the shit Peter was doing to Betty Brant, which is lying to her, leaving her in the dark, and having Spider-Man around to fuck up things in her life, and she has no clue it's her boyfriend, so he can never even tell her, right? Gwen is kind of just a rehashing of everything that happens with Betty Brant. It's not the same, but it's a similar environment where the girlfriend has no clue. But Mary Jane, in the comics, right, once Peter and MJ finally hit it off, you've got a relationship between two people that really understand each other, are very much like each other, and they can relate to each other a whole lot. And that is something that no love interest has ever had with Peter.
At the bat_of_vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D. Kai, have you seen someone on this bringing back MTV Spider-Man as two-part movie with new redesign and bringing in Ben Affleck Daredevil?
I didn't know it was a two-part movie, but I did know that there are some people doing that. And, of course, I gotta bless up to those people because, I mean, the MTV Spider-Man show, it's one of the best Spider-Man cartoons out there. I take back what I said about Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. I think the recency bias really hit me with that show when it came out. I still think MTV is better than that. I just didn't like the conclusion of MTV Spider-Man, and I didn't like some of the character choices. Like, why the fuck is Peter fucking with this news lady when he turns down MJ because of the danger of being Spider-Man? Like, what do you mean you don't want to fuck with MJ even though she clearly likes you because of the danger of being Spider-Man, but you'll fuck with this freaky ass handlebars hanging off her head news lady? What? I didn't like that part of MTV Spider-Man. Like, that was one part of that show that I detested watching, is Peter leaving the hottest girl I have ever seen in my life on the sidelines to keep her safe. That part is respectable. And then he turns around on that mindset to fuck with Indy Diamond. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? I can't stand that show when Peter is doing that shit. I can't stand that show when Peter is doing that shit. I can't stand it. Handlebars is wild. It's true. It's true. It's true. If you've seen that lady's face, you know it's true. Forget, like, just Peter in that show's a fucking idiot, bro. I can't. Like,
Would B&D be a 10/10 if he turned into Man Spider?
no, I don't think that's enough to fix the problem with that movie. I mean, to be honest, right? I was never in love with Tom Holland's side. I think it's the side characters that hold Tom Holland back. Or Tom Holland's movies, rather. Because I'll be honest. I think the side characters in a Spider-Man movie are half of what makes it so good. I think the reason the Raimi movies are so good, to me, is because Peter's side characters at least somewhat resemble the comics. And even if they didn't, you still have Peter living a similar day-to-day. You've got the Daily Bugle, right? You've got MJ being an actress. You've got Harry, who is slowly building up into becoming the new Goblin, right? Even if people don't like Mary Jane in those movies, and even, like, I don't like MJ in those movies come Spider-Man 3, but up to that point, everything is pretty decent. It's good enough, right? But you go all the way over to Tom Holland's movies, there's no Daily Bugle. All of Tom Holland's friends are exactly like him, being that they're super geniuses. There's barely any differences between them. And they all, like, tell me what Ned does outside of helping Spider-Man and making the Spider-Man tracker. What ambition does Ned have in life outside of being Spider-Man that is different enough from Peter's ambitions to make Ned a parallel to Peter himself? You need different characters in stories to make, parallels, to say things about people. You need characters that are different from one another. I do not think that Peter's side cast in the Tom Holland movies are different enough from him to be entertaining. He builds Lego. Both of them build Lego. And that's not even I just think Ned, MJ, all the side characters in those movies are nothing fucking characters that we barely know anything about outside of whatever shit is happening, and they gotta help Spider-Man with it. Alright, and compare that to the Raimi movies, right? Even the fucking TASM movies, right? Gwen has ambitions outside of Spider-Man. She wants to pursue her fucking tutelage. She wants to pursue her academia. She wants to go to fucking Europe. Alright? She's not tied to the hip to helping Spider-Man. MJ, she's a fucking failing actor. Right? Harry, he's got his fucking vengeance quest against Spider-Man, which is built off of the fact that his father never fucking treated him with respect. There are differences to Peter with his side cast in those movies. But if you watch the MCU Tom Holland movies, all of them share the same objectives with Peter, right? They all have a commitment to saving the world and doing good. Why? Why do they do all these things? Nobody fucking knows. We don't know a thing about these characters. We don't see them do anything. Unless Spider-Man is around. And I love Tom Holland, and I really want his movie to be a 10 out of 10, but I'm going to be honest. Like, this movie, Brand New Day, it can't shake off all the bullshit from the last few movies. I think if Destin Daniel Cretton had a chance to do a fresh start with Spider-Man, he could have probably done a 10 out of 10 movie. But he got stuck with the bullshit that John Watts and all the other creatives before him set up. And if that wasn't the case, I think Destin could have done something incredible. But unfortunately, I think Destin had to slide in to a series of movies that weren't making great choices. So I don't think Man Spider is enough to fix Brand New Day and make it a 10 out of 10.
At the bat_of vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D. Hot take, but the girl who plays Betty Brant McCoo should have played Gwen Stacy. In the McCoo she looked and her character felt more like Gwen than Betty.
I mean, I wouldn't say that about her writing, but I would say that about the way that she looks. Like, I think the MCU Betty Brant is like a perfect fucking example of what the fuck are they doing in those movies. Because that girl is a dead ringer for Gwen Stacy, but she's Betty? Like, what the fuck? What are we doing? But yeah. You gay? Somebody asked me in the chat. No, I am not gay. But shout out to my gay chatters.
Hey there, Kai.
What's up?
Where do you recommend I purchase a Spider-Man face shell and mask? I've been meaning to get them, but am honestly big-headed, so I'm curious if that's something I should consider.
I would maybe recommend, I'm sure that there are some face shell makers out there that could probably hook you up with a specially made model to fit around your head size. But you could also, I'm sure you could scale up a shell to fit you. Like, I don't even think you would need to go as far as to get like a specially made 3D model. I think if you just talk to somebody who knows a thing or two about shells, they could probably get you started. I know a guy, Basement Cosplays, on Instagram that could probably help you out with that. I think he does a lot of shell sales. You could also reach out to Vanilla Ice, who is doing shell sales. I have his Instagram linked in the description of my Brand New Day suit video, which you can go check out. What do you think a Chris Nolan Spider-Man film would be like? Well, first of all, Nolan would probably take away Spider-Man's spider powers because they're unrealistic. He would take away his web shooters because there's no way somebody could build that in the real world. And Christopher Nolan hates the fantastical elements of superheroes. Which is why he didn't give Bane the Venom. What else would he do? I don't know. Christopher Nolan would probably... I don't fucking know. I think Christopher Nolan would make a horrible Spider-Man movie. I think he would... He is one of the bottom 3 directors you could ask to take on Spider-Man. Destin Daniel Cretton, though, aside I may have a few problems with the movie. I gotta say, one of my favorite directors to take on Spider-Man. I mean, it's hard to beat Sam Raimi. Very hard to beat Sam Raimi. Because I think horror lends really well to Spider-Man. But Destin, I've really got to give it up to him for this fucking movie. Because, like, as the days have gone on and Brand New Day has really sunk in, I have begun to appreciate his commitment to live-action stunts, to wire work, to even, like, letting Tom Holland in this, like, incredibly wrinkled... Like, I feel like a lot of people out there, if you released the Brand New costume, or the Brand New Day costume a couple years ago, I think there'd be people fucking complaining about the wrinkles and this and that. But I love Destin for not giving a fuck about that and just being like... I love Destin embracing the things that the general audience might see as imperfections. I love the practical stunts. I love the way that they fucking did the action in this film. I will say, I think Destin was a great choice, and I'm really excited to see what he does with Spider-Man in the next couple of movies. We need one comedy director taking on Spider-Man. No, bro. No. No. You're gonna get a fat disagree with me on that. We do not need another movie that spends the entirety trying to fit jokes into it. Like, John Watts made the Spider-Man verse look like it was a fun, happy, filled with laugh time. Everybody forgets that the Sam Raimi movies are funny as fuck. And I would say the Sam Raimi movies are some of the most dramatic Spider-Man movies out there. We don't need any more comedy in Spider-Man. There's enough room for jokes without a comedy director. We don't need that. We don't need that. How would you have wrote Brand New Day? I'm not gonna... This is another reason why I have to bless up Dustin Daniel Cretton. Because I'm not gonna lie, he got handed a shit sandwich. I would never... If I had to write Brand New Day, I would be fucking miserable. Because I'd have to work with a verse for Spider-Man that I despise the setup of. So that's another reason I gotta hand it up for Destin. Because he polished a turd and made it look like a diamond. So I would not ever write anything for the MCU Spider-Man verse. I'd start the verse over. I'd reset the verse. I'd reset the whole thing. Reset the whole thing. I feel like Spider-Man didn't quip very much. Now, see, I have a problem with this, like, hyper-focusing on quips, right? For me, the higher quality quip, the better. It's quality over quantity for me. Everybody says Tobey Maguire doesn't quip enough. Bro, I don't give a fuck. Because the few times he does quip, there's some good shit in there. Here's your change. That's like top 5 Spider-Man quips in any of the movies. I like that one joke Spider-Man makes during the opening montage where he says, let's end this on a high note. And he webs the piano, slings it at Scorpion. That's a great joke. That's a great quip. All right? I don't need a million quips throughout the rest of the movie. Give me like a couple good ones and I'm good. That was a great joke. That was a great quip. Like, I'll take one. I'll take one good quip in the whole movie and be fine. I'll take a jokey, demeanored Spider-Man who lets out one or two good quips the whole movie, and I'm chilling. It's not all about the jokes. It's not like Spider-Man does not need to be a comedian all the time. All right, give me a happy-go-lucky demeanor and a few good jokes, and I'm solid. I think hyper-focusing on the quips when we could be talking about the quality of the writing and all this other shit, if we're sitting here thinking about quips all day, it's a waste of time. Because at the end of the day, if we only have a Spider-Man that's a fucking comedian, where's the good writing? Like, we gotta care more about good writing than we do quips. Like, I'm trying to get you guys to wake up. What do you not like about MCU Spider-Man? I don't like how they handle his side characters. I don't like how they handle his origin. I don't like that they cut out Uncle Ben. I don't like that they've in those first 3 movies, they've practically replaced Uncle Ben with Tony Stark. I think Peter's side characters are boring and they completely lack directive outside of Spider-Man himself. I think Peter lacks an inciting incident for being a superhero, which is one of the most engaging things about his character historically, is that he, from inception, is a character that has to choose to do good because he knows the weight of evil, right? That is what makes Spider-Man compelling to me. And if you take out that inciting incident and you leave it into the viewer to fill the blank, it's not as endearing to me anymore. And you can tell that they figured that out, because come No Way Home, they have to kill Aunt May and pass off the great power, great responsibility thing to her, and have Peter act like he was doing such a horrible thing by trying to cure the villains, and that's how Aunt May gets killed. He has to talk about how that's such a bad thing. You know, he has to talk about that like he was wrong for doing it, like Aunt May is dead because of him. Like, no, Aunt May died because you and her were trying to do an altruistic thing. That doesn't hit as hard as Peter being a selfish asshole trying to make money for himself, and that gets his uncle killed. It doesn't hit as hard. I don't like how they rob. I was talking to Loomis Webb yesterday about Spider-Man's origin and what makes it so powerful, right? What makes it so powerful is that it speaks to the innate selfishness in all of us. What makes Spider-Man so compelling? What makes his reason for heroism the best origin ever is because Peter, at first, he is no different than any human being who has never heard a thing about doing the right thing or being altruistic. He is selfish. He is an asshole. He is a motherfucker. The world has fucked him. So of course he would be an asshole. It is only then, when he loses one of the only good people in his life, one of the only people who's ever tried to give him a good world, then it is only then that he decides to start using his powers for good. That is compelling stuff. That is compelling stuff. And the fact that the MCU cuts that out of the origin, it makes Peter less compelling to me. Peter has to choose against selfishness, and that is one of the most compelling parts of you know, his reason for being Spider-Man. He has to fight his own selfishness to be a hero. And I find that compelling because all human beings are inherently selfish. It is the battle against selfishness that makes altruism, that makes being good valuable. And we don't have that in the MCU. In the MCU, Peter is just good for no reason. Good for no reason. There's no reason.
At the bat_vengeance is so cool they gave
Thank
me
you, Bat of Vengeance.
$4.99. D. Kai, if you are to choose one, would you make Spider-Man 4, make The Amazing Spider-Man 3, or reboot Tom's Spider-Man more comic accurate and comic story?
On God, you just hate everything, I swear to God. I just told you about how much I love the original Spider-Man origin, but I hate everything, I guess. Kai, if you were to choose one, would you make Spider-Man 4, make The Amazing Spider-Man 3, or reboot Tom's storyline? I think I'd reboot Tom's storyline. Because then, you could get Tom Holland in, you know, you could get him to be a better Spider-Man, right? You reinstall the guilt, you reinstall Uncle Ben, and you get to have Peter interact with other MCU heroes. I think the best ground to be struck is Tom Holland in the MCU.
D.
It'd be like if they robbed Iron Man of his reason to stop weapons dealing. It'd be like if you removed Iron Man and him confronting the horrors of his own weapon sales and just had Iron Man be like, no, I'm going to be Iron Man, fuck it. I'm just going to be Iron Man for no reason. It's not as compelling. It's not as compelling. You need Tony Stark to confront his own evil to make that story compelling. It's the same thing with Spider-Man. It's the same thing. You need to have that change in the origin. You need to have it. Do we really need another Uncle Ben moment, though? I'm not gonna lie. If you read Spider-Man comics, this guy brings up Uncle Ben and retells the origin story every 5 minutes. It happens so often that you get used to it. And if you don't like that, that's fine. How about this?
I think they retcon his relationship with Tony.
I do not think that they have done that. How about this? They could do it like the Batman. They could do it like the Batman, where you don't see Bruce's parents getting shot, but you can very clearly tell that the death of Bruce's parents has affected him in subtle ways, like how he looks at that child who's lost his parents, right? You could do the same thing for Tom. You don't need to see Uncle Ben die, but you could have Tom act in a way that very clearly implies that that moment has happened to him. Kai, he barely ever talks about Uncle Ben in the OG Ditko run. I don't care. I don't care. Because if you read those comics, you will see that Uncle Ben's death is an inciting incident that leads to Peter having to take on more responsibility, therefore making his death more important. He talks about it in the annual. He talks about it in one of the most important stories in that run, which is the If This Be My Destiny arc. The very fact that Peter has to pick up a job to support Aunt May because Uncle Ben is no longer around. I don't care that he doesn't mention Uncle Ben. The very fact that Peter has to pick up the money around the house to fill the hole that Uncle Ben's death, that retroactively makes his death more important. I don't care that he's not bringing it up all the time. I think that's a failure of the comic itself. But still, the fact that Peter's life has to change because of the death of Uncle Ben, that retroactively makes Uncle Ben more important. And I think people who say that Uncle Ben barely gets mentioned, I think those people ignore some of the character work that gets done in the annual. You see Peter regret what has happened to Aunt May because of his choices. You get to see him lament on the passing of Uncle Ben and how he was one of the only people in his life to ever treat him nicely. Just because Uncle Ben is only mentioned a few times, that doesn't mean he's not important to the character.
They gave me $1.99.
I think that's foolish. That's foolish.
Keep up the great work, Kai.
Thank you. I think to act like Uncle Ben is not important just because he isn't mentioned every other issue, I think that's foolish. Why don't you use a multiply layer for the webbing? Because I'm an idiot, that's why. And plus, just because Uncle Ben doesn't get mentioned in the original Ditko run, that doesn't mean he doesn't get mentioned later. Like, you still see Uncle Ben being brought up in all these other important Spider-Man stories. You see Uncle Ben get brought up in fucking Parallel Lives, in Spider-Man vs. Wolverine. Just because he doesn't get mentioned more than like, I think it's maybe 4 times. Only 4 times do they talk about Uncle Ben past his death in the Ditko series. That doesn't mean that his death isn't important to the character going forward, because some of the most important Spider-Man stories bring up Uncle Ben. All right, there are moments where Peter is walking the streets thinking about everybody he's ever failed. When Peter is faked out and made to believe that Aunt May has died, right? Uncle Ben brought up again. And if we act like Uncle Ben is not important, and we fucking make some Spider-Man related thing where he doesn't get mentioned, you're gonna feel like something's missing along the line. You're gonna feel like something is missing. Who is Uncle Ben? That's a great question. Just letting you know that thumb is facing the wrong way. Wait, really? Where? Where? Where's the thumb? No, you guys are lying to me. You guys are lying to me. Kai, is A-Sprite easy to learn or use? Yeah, it's super easy to use. Although I wouldn't recommend it for the kind of animation I do. I'm animating on 720p. A-Sprite is made for pixel animation. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some strange shit here. Alright, chat, watch out, bro. We've got an amateur animator over here. Alright. We've got an asshole here who thinks he can animate an entire Spider-Man cartoon by himself. Here we go.
At the bat_of_vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D. Kai, if Stan Lee original killed off Mary Jane like he wanted instead of Gwen, how would the storyline of Peter turn out now in comics, games, and movie?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
At Chris.3290 is so cool they gave me $5. D. What character/story arc would you like to see adapted in the next Spider-Man movies after Brand New Day?
I talk about that in my Brand New Day review. But to keep it short, I think the death of Jean DeWolf could be good. I really think any story where Peter is living alone could be great. I think Black Cat could be great in the next film as well, because Brand New Day really highlights, or they try to touch on, you know, the difference between Peter Parker and Spider-Man, and how Peter is kind of like giving into one more than the other. I think in the next movie, they could continue that, you know, they can continue that arc by having Black Cat in there, because Black Cat is a character that sort of encourages Peter diving into the Spider-Man identity, because she herself rejects it. So I think that could be a good chance to include a fan favorite. But to address the don't know before that, how do I think the world of Spider-Man would change if Mary Jane was the one that got killed instead of Gwen? I think Spider-Man would be worse off for it. The character, I think, would suffer a whole lot in ways that we can't even imagine, because Mary Jane, right? Mary Jane getting so close to Peter, marrying Peter, becoming Peter's ride or die for as long as she did, that era of Spider-Man comics is so closely tied to Peter growing as a character. And really, I think when MJ was with Peter, that is the most character development Spider-Man has ever been through. You got to see Peter be with someone who loved Peter Parker, loved Spider-Man, understood what Peter had to do in a healthy environment, in a healthy relationship. They didn't always get along. They weren't perfect people. But you saw Peter with a woman who could understand his life. First of all, she knew Peter was Spider-Man the whole time, and that definitely helped her understand. But she also has the experience of being an actor herself, repressing her own emotions. She knows what it's like to hide. Like Peter does, he hides his identity from people he loves. I think without that, we would see a Spider-Man who... I don't think we would ever be in a world where Peter would have a girlfriend who knows he's Spider-Man and really understands him as much as MJ could have. I think killing off MJ would have been the biggest mistake Marvel had ever made if they wanted Peter to grow as a character after that, which they evidently did not, because they retconned their relationship. But I think killing Mary Jane off would have stumped Peter's character development, and it would have been way worse than it is now in terms of, you know, how much we get to see Spider-Man grow now, which is like barely at all. Him and Gwen would break up, I think. I agree the way that their relationship is going. Keep in mind, Gwen thinks Spider-Man killed her father. Gwen fucking hated Spider-Man, but to be fair, there's also a what-if issue where Peter reveals the truth to Gwen and she accepts him and forgives him. So maybe it could have went well, but, you know, when Peter was dating Gwen, he was not the happiest guy. Where the fuck did I put my drink? It's probably not good for me, but I'm gonna finish this. Just to finish it off.
At Dr_Broly is so cool they gave me $2. D, what is your favorite Spider-Man theme song?
Yo, chat, stop lying to me about the thumb being the wrong way. The thumb should be facing inward. It is facing inward. You don't see it because it's facing inward. Again, thumb facing inward. What is my favorite Spider-Man theme song? That's tough. I don't know. I don't know, actually. Oh, I forgot to ping my server that I'm live. Oh, well. What is your show about? Well, my show is about Peter, right? He has just started his relationship with Mary Jane, and he is at a point where being Spider-Man is not something that's all that fun for him. He has kind of realized that being Spider-Man is really depressing sometimes, but he's at a point where being Spider-Man is not fun, and he's also in this relationship that he loves, and so his depression is going to conflict with this woman that is just like a bundle of joy in his life. And so throughout my show, I think I really want to tell a story about what it's like having a relationship with someone who is kind of doing an act of self-harm by regularly forcing themselves to go out and experience some of the most terrifying and crazy things humanity has to offer in a superpowered world. I want it to be a commentary on men's mental health, and I also want my story to focus on what my show is about. A Peter who is at the point where, like, being Spider-Man is a bit of a drain on him, and he needs to learn how to either be happy doing it. Oh, I forgot to switch my screen, sorry. My Spider-Man show is about a guy who has to learn some coping skills, or it's gonna tear him apart.
Joe0_Juice3 is so cool they gave
Thank
me
you, Jumbo Juice.
$1.99. D, screen is off.
Thank you. But yeah, my Spider-Man show is about a guy having to learn to regulate his own emotions, forgive himself, all that sort of stuff. Why didn't you make your Spider-Man show about your own spider-sona? Well, you know what? That's a great idea. It would have been easier to animate, I'll tell you what.
Will Hobgoblin be in the show?
No, I don't have any plans to include him right now, but I think he does get mentioned. He does get mentioned in this episode I'm animating. But why didn't you make your show about your spider-sona? Because it'd be boring. My spider-sona, quote unquote, is not... It's just me. I don't have superpowers. If I made a show about myself, it'd be boring. You guys would be bored out of your minds if I made a show about me. Why does this suit have red stripes on the legs? Alright, I'm going to get into this real quick. Just to talk about this, because it's been a while since I've gone over this with you guys. Alright, so here's my thing about the original Spider-Man costume. I love it. It's the greatest costume ever made. But I've always had a problem with it. That being that the bottom half of the suit is really disconnected from the top half. Like, I feel like the boots could touch up to the belt line like the TASM2 movie, and it would connect all of the red pieces in a way that it just doesn't on the classic. So that's why I've added the stripes. I added the stripes so that all the red pieces on the suit can be connected. Because that's the one thing that it doesn't bother me, but it's the one thing that I think I would change about it if I had to change it, which I probably wouldn't because I think it's so perfect. But if I had to change anything, it'd probably be that. I'm probably not going to stick to this commitment. Like, I'll probably have a point in the show where Peter damages his suit beyond repair and he has to make a new one. And he'll end up getting rid of the leg stripes because maybe he just can't be fucked to sew them on. He's like, fuck, I don't want to sew on these stripes. I'm just going to fucking do it the old way. So the leg stripes won't be on forever. I only included them just to give my Spider-Man a bit of a different look to differentiate him from some other, fan Spider-Man stuff out there. But we'll go back to the classic look without the leg stripes. Didn't you take it from the Spider-Man 1 concept art? I was inspired by that and TASM2. It's not TASM2 wasn't the first time it was done. As Spidey Does Stuff correctly says, it was done in some Spider-Man 1 concept art. So it's been done before. But my rationale behind it is that, it made sense to me because the boots felt really disconnected, and I liked that idea. So I incorporated it into mine. Different universe, different lore. I don't think every Peter has to lose Uncle Ben to be compelling. The Spider-Verse works so much because each spider has their own path. Not every story repeats 616. I'm not saying that there can't be different takes on Spider-Man, but I think if you're going to change the character dramatically, and I think dramatically changing the character is not including Uncle Ben. If you're going to take out one of the most compelling aspects of the character, that being the guilt brought on by a selfish choice, you've got to replace it with something good, and unfortunately MCU Spider-Man does not do that. I think Spider-Man's original reason for altruism is perfect. And if it's going to be changed, it's got to be changed with something that's on par with that original decision. And unfortunately, I do not think MCU Spider-Man justifies that choice. And I forgot to draw on the webbing for the last shot. Yo, it's Femboy PSM, somebody said in the chat. Awesome. Kai, have you played Pokemon? I played a bit of Pokemon Red in my life. Tried to play, what is it, Sun? I didn't get past the part on the bridge. I don't know. I was never too into Pokemon games. I don't really like turn-based fighting. Mario and Luigi, though. That's different. I fuck with Mario and Luigi. One of my favorite game series of all time. B&D was great. My only gripe is why the fuck was Peter ordering Little Caesars in New York City? Truth nuke. Truth fucking nuke. Do you have your own Spider-Man suit? No, I've never owned a Spider-Man suit in my life. I would love one. If anybody in the chat could make one for me, that'd be awesome. I've never owned a Spider-Man suit before, ever. Never, ever, ever. Oh, and Manderson, I might be making a trip to New York soon. I was asking you in DMs the other day about what you think, or, you know, what you think New Yorkers would say if they saw, like, Spider-Man doing some shit out in the city, because I need some authentic New Yorker ad-libs or whatever, like authentic New Yorker sound bites for my show. I might go to New York to record some of that myself.
At the bat_vengeance is so cool
Thank
they
you,
gave me
Bat-a-vengeance.
$4.99. D. Kai, I'm working on my own Spider-Man themed hero named the Arachnid for a comic series. What are tips or Spider-Man story I could borrow elements from?
Hell yeah. I mean, if you're gonna make your own comic, I don't see any reason as to not just do whatever you feel like doing with it. Because I feel like comics are a pretty stepped-on media when it comes to Spider-Man. Like, that's where you will see the character explored in some of the most unique ways that you'll never see in any movie or anything like that. So I think getting inspired by the comics
so cool, they gave
when
me
you're making a comic.
$4.99. D. I think a while ago you said you were going on a trip out the country. Did you ever do that?
I will be doing that in October. That's still coming. So I'll let you guys know when I go to Scotland on my Spirits of the Earth shit. But oh well, speaking of the Spirits of the Earth, you could take inspiration from Spirits of the Earth, you know. The guy who made that story, it's about Spider-Man going to Scotland. The guy who made that story lived in Scotland, and he wanted to see Spider-Man in Scotland, and so he simply just told a story about Spider-Man in Scotland. So you could even make it as simple as that. Just put Spider-Man in your own town. PSM, why don't you consider the possibility that Peter could have learned the great power, great responsibility before Civil War? Because they don't show that at all. And I'm not going to give a movie credit for something that it does not explicitly
At Joe Geo98 is so cool they gave me $2. D. Will you go to Joe's Pizza at West Village?
Probably. But yeah, like I wouldn't give the Raimi movies credit for making Peter feel like shit because his parents abandoned him with his aunt and uncle, because they never ever touch on that. Like, I'm not gonna give these movies credit for something they don't do. They handle it nowhere near with as much grace as the Batman.
$1.99. D. Spider-Man VRS Loch Ness Monster would go hard.
Yeah, that could be sick. But yeah, I'm not gonna reward. It's like, sure, Peter could have learned great power, great responsibility outside of Ben, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna give the movies credit for doing something they're not explicitly stating that they have done. And if anything, the people in charge have stated the opposite of this. Like, Kevin Feige is talking about Uncle Ben like he's not even a thing. So I'm not like discounting the idea that Tom Holland could have learned great power, great responsibility off screen. But I'm not going to be emotionally invested in something that happened off screen unless the writers are making it painfully obvious that there's something we haven't seen. Like, I hate to bring this up again, but I will, because the Batman is so good. But I am gonna give the Batman credit for how they handled the death of the Waynes, because you can clearly tell that Batman is affected by the death of his parents. Tom Holland does not give you very much clues that he is affected by that. I'm not gonna take Peter talking to Ned saying, oh, with everything that happened, that's not enough. That's not enough. I'm not gonna take his speech on the bed as being enough. It's not enough. All right, I won't settle for word of mouth anecdotes. It's not enough. It's not enough.
At Cloudy Kai 35 is so
Thank
cool
you, Cloudy
they gave
Kai.
me $1.99. D. A fifth movie with Felicia. Hobgoblin would be fire.
On my grandma's soul, it would be. I'd love to see a practical glider return to the screen. That'd be sick. And I know Destin would fuck that shit up. He would do incredible work with a practical glider. I just know it. Brand New Day was great. Where the fuck did Peter get his money from? That's what I'm saying. That's another thing I kind of didn't jive with in the movie. Like, I do like that they focused on Peter, but I do also feel like they left some stuff out. Because I want to know how Peter's getting this fucking money. I want to know. PSM, could you say happy birthday to my pal Sonny? He's a big fan of your content. Yo, happy birthday, Sonny. I hope you're having a great one. But Kai, the Uncle Ben suitcase, I don't want to... Dude, I don't want to fucking hear about the Uncle Ben suitcase that gets blown up, bro. I don't want to hear about that shit. Do you think Spider-Man should be angry at others as well as himself? I think Spider-Man should be a pretty volatile guy. I mean, on his face, Peter Parker is a guy who cannot talk to anybody about his problems without his life being ruined. I think if I had to go through the world not being able to talk to anybody about my problems without ruining my own life, I would be fucking manic. So yes, I think Peter Parker should be very easy to aggravate, and I'm going to hopefully make that a thing in my show. Because I think it would tear you apart. It would tear you apart to not be able to talk to anybody about your life. As predicted, SK hates Brand New Day. I mean, all power to him. You can dislike whatever you want. The movie is not flawless. I liked the movie. I thought it was fun. But it's not flawless. It's not a flawless film. Not that any film is flawless, but I don't know. I like other Spider-Man movies a bit more, and I could see why people would not enjoy it as much as other Spider-Man films. And that's not to depreciate how much fun everybody is having with it, because I had fun too. I had fun too. But I think there's nothing wrong with a little bit of film criticism. And if he hates it, that's fine.
At Chris.3290 is so cool they gave me $2. D. A character like the big man in Spider-Man 5 to 6?
That could be good if they want to focus on, you know, some... What do they call it? Like, I guess more realistic crimes, you know, crime bosses. I feel like that'd be cool to do, especially considering that Spider-Man has taken out all the crime families in New York. You know, there's a power vacuum that the big man could possibly be created in. And if you include Black Cat, that could be a great story for maybe a Black Cat betrayal. Maybe you introduce Kingpin. Motherfucker is cheaping out by rotoscoping TASM2. Bros doing the definition of polyester. The amazing adventures of Polyester Man. Hey Kai, do you think Brand New Day is a good stepping on point for MCU Spider-Man? I think it's... I'm confused. Are you asking me if I think that it's the best... Or I'm confused. Are you asking me if I think it's a good step in the right direction for MCU Spider-Man, or if it's a good point to start watching? I don't think it's a great point to start watching. I think you kind of have to watch Homecoming to value some of the relationships in the movie. Fresh start for MCU Spider-Man, though? Hell yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. I think it's a great step for this version of the character. Okay, real talk, no spoilers. They made Redacted a little too evil in this movie. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Although some fans of Redacted disagree. I've seen a lot of talk on that side of Twitter about how... Like, there was a tweet I read that was like, "You're telling me Redacted did some bad things? This character?" And it's like, okay, bro, I get it. Like, you know more about this character than me, but at the same time, like, I'm supposed to sympathize with her, and she's doing some badass shit. Like, is she gonna pay for that man's hospital bills? Alright, she's driving a tank around New York, shooting at buildings. She is, like, driving a tank around, crashing into cars, blowing up cars, doing all kinds of pandemonium and crazy shit. That's evil as fuck. That is evil as fuck. Everything is pissing me off today, PSM. This is making my day slightly better. Thank you. Well, I hope you're having a better day. Or I hope it gets better after this. Why did you say she? Now they know. Whatever. Brand New Day is funnier than the other MCU Spider-Man movies. I agree. Although it is kind of hard to top the Ned watching porn in the library scene. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Ned watching porn in the library is like top three. Top 3 jokes in any Spider-Man.
At the bat_vengeance is so
Thank
cool
you,
they gave me
Bat-a-vengeance.
$4.99. D. Idea I have is Arachnid reads Spider-Man comics and gets inspired by him and pays a little homage for his suit. That's the idea so far. Is it fine?
I mean, it sounds good. I mean, here's the thing about pitching stories to people. It's kind of hard for me to get a grasp on what you're doing and tell you whether or not it's good if I don't have, like, a whole story to look at. Like, I've done this before, right? Where I have an idea for a story in my head, and I want to tell the story, and I'll, like, tell it to somebody I know, and I'm, like, trying to pitch it to them, and they just look at me like I'm fucking crazy because they have... Like, here's the thing about stories and being a storyteller. There is really no way to immerse somebody in the emotions and the choices of your story without just telling the story. So unfortunately, I think there is no way for me to tell you whether or not what you're doing is good or bad until you actually, like, sit down and create something. So, I mean, sounds like a good idea. I just think, you know, you got to do a little work first. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a finished product, and I were to sit down and consume it, I could probably give you a better idea. But everybody who makes stories knows how hard it is to explain a story to somebody without any of the work being done on it. Is the Batman 2022 better than Spider-Man Brand New Day? Stop the music. Stop the music. Did you just ask me if the Batman is better than Spider-Man Brand New Day? You don't want to hear my answer to that question. You do not want to hear my answer to that question. You do not want to hear my answer to that question.
At Dr_Broly is so cool they gave me $2. D. Raimi Ballet or TASM energetic web swinging?
Well, I like both. I like both. I hate how everybody does the slander on Raimi and they're like, oh, Peter swings so slow. It's not like energetic and cool. As if he's not threading the needle between trucks, by the way. Swinging doesn't always have to be this insanely crazy acrobatic thing. It can be slow and contemplative and relaxing, which Peter often says it is in the comics. It doesn't have to be this super acrobatic, impressive thing all the time. Give me a slow swing. Give me an energetic swing. It's a great thing about Brand New Day is it has both of those. So give me both. Give me both. The Batman 2022 has so many plot holes and an insanely dumb detective. It's a great movie, but very overrated. You're getting a 30-minute timeout for that, chat. I'm not even kidding. Don't even start with me. Don't even start with the slander on that movie. The Batman 2022, that would be in my top 5 superhero movies of all time if I wasn't a Spider-Man shill. I am not going to hear any slander on the Batman 2022. We would be lucky if we got a Spider-Man film as good as the Batman 2022. We would be lucky to get a film like that.
Spider-Man Superman comic?
Yeah, I mean, I probably will read it at some point. I still got to get through some of my older Spider-Man Superman team-up comics. Speaking of, hold on. I gotta finish reading this. I still gotta finish reading this. I haven't finished it yet. Big ass comic. Bro got a timeout for having an opinion? You're damn right he did. No slandering the Batman 2022 in my chat. No slandering one of the best superhero movies ever made in my chat. Not in my chat. Not in my chat. I'm sitting over here fantasizing and salivating getting a Spider-Man movie as good as the Batman 2022. And I gotta listen to slander in my chat about one of the greatest superhero movies of all time? Brand New Day opening montage. Way better than the TASM2 opening montage. Argue with a brick wall. I mean, it's true. It's true. You can't lambast the man. It's true. I've rewatched that opening montage like 5 times. I got the cam rip of that movie just to watch it.
They gave me $1.99. D. Would you prefer Hobgoblin or Kraven for next movie?
Maybe Hobgoblin, because there's some Goblin precedents for Tom.
Is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. Rami Spider-Man 4,5,6 or TASM 345 if it was MD.
I'd say give the extra movies to Andrew, because he got cheated. Not that he would want to do them anyway, but I think if Andrew wanted to do more Spider-Man movies, he deserves it more than Toby, because he got cut off. Like, if I had to choose between Andrew or Toby getting revived, Toby got his 3. Andrew only got 2. Tom Holland's got fucking 4 now. So, if anybody's getting fucked, it's Andrew. He's the one that deserves to get more movies. Do you think it's uncanny that MJ remembers Peter being in the donut shop even though it was years ago? I mean, I don't really care. I don't mean to sound so dismissive, but if she remembers, she remembers. I don't think it's crazy for her to remember. I mean, Peter was being a little weird, and I think the stranger something is, the easier it is to remember. So, I don't mind MJ remembering. I think the film's got bigger problems. Color's a bit oversaturated, no. No way. You're telling me that a superhero project has a brightly colored character? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Somebody is making a thing about a superhero where the main character is brightly colored as fuck? No, no, no. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you telling me in a space filled with oversaturated, super colorful ass characters that there's another super saturated, super fucking brightly colored ass character? Are you serious? Why is he not gray and black? Where are my muted reds? And where's my leathery red and gray blue? Where are the darker colors and the million seam lines?
At the bat_of_vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D. Kai between Toby and Andrew, which storyline works for them for Mayday Parker storyline and the Clone Saga? I think Toby fits Mayday and Andrew Clone.
Yeah, I think Andrew would be better for the Clone Saga just because of how science-focused his verse is. I think that it would fit better in Andrew's than it would Toby's, because you could implement Oscorp into the Clone Saga and like somehow have Oscorp be a part of it. And I think Andrew is just better I think Toby is better for Mayday because, older Spider-Man, you could probably buy a more mature story off of him as opposed to Andrew, which would probably feel like a bigger jump. Hey PSM, it's Brooklyn Spider 42. I've gotten a lot of people confusing me for you because one of my suits has very similar styles, or has a very similar lens to your style. I didn't mean to steal your look. I mean, it's not the first time that somebody has used lenses that look like mine, so it's fine, I guess. I don't really have a problem with it. But if you think people are confusing me for you a little too much and that bothers you, I mean, there's nothing wrong with redesigning your Spider-Man. I mean, Spider-Man is a character that gets redesigned all the time. Big lenses, small lenses, angular lenses, round lenses. The reason why the Spider-Man costume is one of the best superhero costumes of all time is because there's so much creative expression in how you can
is so
make
cool
it look.
They gave me $1.99. D. Do you think we're building towards Mormon in MCU?
You guys are very funny today. I don't think so. Please change the lens on your costume. It is so bad. You know what? I think that chatter is right. I have to redraw all 45 of these frames, and I have to reanimate 7 minutes and 10 seconds of the finished animation. We have to go back over every time I've drawn the Spider-Man lenses because it's so bad. I think this chatter is right. I have to delay my show for another 2 years because this guy in the chat doesn't like the lenses and the way that they look. I think he's right. They're ugly. They're ugly. They're ugly lenses. I gotta go back and redesign the character and redo the entire show. The entire episode that we're working on because this one guy thinks the lenses look ugly. I gotta do it. Guys, unfortunately, I have to delay my Spider-Man cartoon. I think it'll take me 1.5 years to redo everything we have so far. You know what? While I'm at it, I should reanimate the entirety of the first episode as well. So you're not gonna see my Spider-Man show for way longer now. Sorry, guys. Sorry. The Sonic movie did it, boss. I'm breaking the bit. The Sonic movie had a fucking budget. People got paid to animate this shit. Where's my studio? Where are my 300 animators? It's just me and like 3 other guys. It's just me, bro.
At Zen69696 is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. What if they announce no for the 5th movie?
Reboot the whole thing. Reboot the whole verse. Reboot the whole verse. If that happens. Start the whole fucking thing over. If that happens. PSM will return in Doomsday? Bro, this is why I can't be in big projects, because you guys will spoil it in my chat. Don't fucking tell people I'm going to be in Doomsday, bro. Keep it quiet. Keep it quiet. Hey PSM, what do you think about Spider-Man having a bright white web pattern instead of black? I love it. I love when they do that. Honestly, I don't think it's as offensive as people say. I think people gave the Raimi suit way too much shit for it. Because, I mean, if you look at a spider web, what color is it? What color is a spider web? It's white. All right, maybe even silver. So I don't have a problem with white webbing on Spider-Man suits. I think it looks awesome. I think people should stop being cowards and keep doing it. Love the white webbing. Love it. I'd love to see more of it, personally.
At the bat_of_vengeance is so
Thank you,
cool
Bat
they
of
gave me
Vengeance.
$4.99. D. Kai, if Cameron Spider-Man was made, do you think it would be good? And do you think Rami movie would still happen? Also, how would it in today's day age?
I think it would age pretty poorly. I think we'd have a lot of memes going around about Peter being a fucking window stalker. I don't think we'd get the Raimi movies because we'd probably just get like a few sequels. I think it would dramatically change how people... Because the movies that get made after Tobey's movies are reactions to Spider-Man 1. And that becomes very evident in Homecoming. I remember around the time Homecoming was getting made, there was a list behind the scenes. There was a list of things the screenwriters did not want to do simply because the previous movies have done it. And I think that would also take effect for whatever Spider-Man movies get made after James Cameron's. So we would probably be seeing the same thing we do today, which is a fear to re-step ground that's been stepped on. So in the James we probably wouldn't see Peter doing showbiz in his origin like James Cameron does. We'd probably still see something like TASM, where, you know, TASM does whatever it can to be different from the Raimi movies, tonally, decision-wise, whatever. We'd still see a lot of that. Oh, but we'd probably get more Daily Bugle, I will say. we'd probably get way more Daily Bugle in that follow-up reboot than we did TASM, because I feel like TASM took out the Bugle simply because the Raimi did it first. The Raimi movies did it first, which I think is a stupid idea. All right, I'm not gonna lie. I hate this mentality. This is not me endorsing this mentality. I hate the idea that these movies have had where it's, if a previous movie did it, we can never touch it again. It's the same reason we don't get Doc Ock. It's the same reason we don't get Green Goblin unless it's like an insanely weird version of the character like Dane DeHaan. I think the Raimi movies are not perfect films. They did not nail the Spider-Man origin. All right, they did not nail a lot of things about Peter and his development. And to act like we can never do things that the Raimi movies have done to improve on them is stupid. Because the Raimi movies removed the selfishness aspect from Peter's origin. We could easily do a movie that brings that back and makes the origin so much more inspiring. People act like we don't like seeing the same movies over and over and over again, right? We're talking about the same general audience that eats up live action reenactments of animated movies. People can tolerate seeing the origin of Spider-Man again. I hate the idea that the general audience is going to get tired of seeing the same thing. Like, no, these are the same dum-dums who line up to see Moana live action in theaters. Like, no, we can see Spider-Man again. The Raimi origin did skim on Peter's selfishness. Exactly. Peter is not a wrestler to make money for himself and to fucking be spiteful towards a world that treated him like shit. He's making money to impress... He's trying to get money to impress Mary Jane with a car. That does not hit me as well as Peter being like, you know what, fuck the world. I'm going to use my powers to make money for myself and maybe even Aunt May and my uncle, the only people who've treated me right. That hits way harder than... Damn, Mary Jane bad as fuck. I want to impress her with a car. When will the next episode of your show come out? Hopefully it's not going to be by the end of the year. Maybe I can squeeze it out before the end of the year, but that's a fat maybe. So I don't know. No need for the Spider-Man origin story. There are many stories to tell. I also agree with that. I think that we could just go on with a Peter that has that pre-established history and move on from there. That being said, I still think the origin can be done well, because I don't think it really has yet. It's been done well, but not great.
And then the fifth movie covers the symbiote and Venom.
I do think Tom Holland should get the symbiote in Secret Wars. I think that'd be great. Where's my water? Hold on. Make your second episode as a two-parter. No. No. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna do two-parters unless it's a two-parter story. Like, if I was animating the entirety of Child Within, then maybe I would make it into a multiple-part series. But I feel like you guys would not be happy with me if I released this episode as a 1-2-parter. You guys would say, nothing happened in this fucking part, and I'd be like, fair enough. So no, I don't want to release this episode as a 1-2 thing. I'm only going to do that with a story that's like really, really fucking blockbusting every part. This story is not blockbusting. I feel like people are going to say that nothing happens in this episode. I'm going to prepare myself for the slander that's going to come when this episode releases, because it's not heavy on action. Like, this is not an action-heavy episode, which might disappoint some people, but if you only want to watch Spider-Man to see some action, I don't know.
At CloudIkai35 is so cool they gave me $4.99. D, I think we should have 2 movies with the symbiote. One being a crime film also involving Black Cat and Hobgoblin, and then a second focused on Venom.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. PSM, what comic are you adapting for the second episode of your show? I'm actually not adapting the comic.
At Ryan Bush 6118 is so cool they gave me 5
Thank you, Ryan.
D. People shouldn't praise MCU for skipping the origin when they rekin the entire trilogy into one.
Exactly. I feel like a lot of the story choices that they've made with Tom Holland's version of the character are so fucking retroactive. It's like they did not have a solid, definitive choice they wanted to go with as they were making it. They're like kind of making it up as they go and deciding
mod
later.
Of your design?
Oh yeah, I would love to see a Rivals mod of anything that I do. Feel free. You don't have to ask. I would love that. I'd wear it on stream too. I really appreciate whatever modders. I appreciate anything anybody makes for me. Don't ever feel like you guys gotta ask. I love when you guys make shit.
They gave me $1.99. D.
Barack Obama!
I really enjoyed your BND review.
Thank you, Mr. President, or Mr. Previous President. I appreciate that. Although, Mr. President, I have to ask you, how does it weigh on your conscience knowing that you have killed millions of children overseas? I'm glad that you fuck with the videos, but I'd be failing my morals and ethics if I didn't bring that up to you, Mr. Obama. That being said, I'm glad you like the show, and I will say you're better than Trump, but like, come on, bro.
At the bat_vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D. Hi, if you are able to bring back one show to continue multiple seasons, which would you bring back? Spider-Man the Animated Series or Spectacular SM?
Spectacular, no question. Spectacular, no question. I mean, you're bringing up it's kind of the same thing with Toby and Andrew. We're talking about a version of the character that got an ending, kind of, versus another character that got cut off. I'm always going to pick the one that got cut off, just for fairness sake. Why did you bomb that hospital, Obama? Yeah, Obama! Why did you do that, Obama? That's why I call him Obama. Why did he do that? The OG series ended on a cliffhanger, though, didn't it? No, it ends with Peter meeting Stan Lee and finally feeling like he's been thanked for saving the world. I feel like the animated series has an ending. I feel like another cartoon that deserves another season is Tanas, but the fans are on that, so I appreciate that. There is no way that we would spend 5 hours and 20 minutes on the symbiote. I mean, why not? If you ask me, there is a lot of ground that has not been touched with the symbiote in popular media. I'll give you an example. No, very rarely is the symbiote treated like a being that has its own feelings and emotions. And I think that is a perfect reason as for why the symbiote deserves that much screen time. What people don't realize about the symbiote is that it is not just a goop monster that gives you powers. It is a sentient, thinking being with emotions and feelings. It is a sentient, emotional being that grew to love being Spider-Man when it was on Peter Parker. It was taking Peter out for joy rides at night. It loved being Spider-Man so much. It would use Peter's body while he was sleeping to go out and be Spider-Man. And of course, when Peter realizes this, he feels violated. And he takes the symbiote off. He starts talking about the symbiote like it's a disgusting thing, right? This thing that loves him. He starts talking about it like it's a disgusting monster, and he casts it away to be locked up in the Fantastic Four headquarters. Imagine being the symbiote. You fall in love with this man who takes you away from a distant planet to Earth. He then abandons you on that Earth in a scientific compound. You would hate that motherfucker forever. That hatred goes on to be a part of what creates venom. And I think if a movie took the time to make you empathize with the symbiote, it could be one of the greatest symbiote tales ever done. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about, Kai? I'm talking about comic knowledge. I'm banning you. Gay, somebody says in the chat. Exactly. It is gay. Well, not really. I mean, unless the symbiote is strictly I don't care. It's a love story. I don't give a fuck. The symbiote is a spurned ex to Spider-Man. I don't care if it's gay. I love it. Peter is unintentionally a shitty person sometimes, which I like. Egg fucking exactly. Kai, when are you going to do a face reveal? So yeah, now I kind of fucked myself here with the way that I did this. Okay. You know what? We're gonna be a little unconventional here. Somebody in the chat said, Kai, take off the Halloween mask. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't want you to find out like this, but yes, I am wearing a Scooby-Doo ass mask that makes me look like a white boy with brown hair.
Which of the three SMLA are close to the CNSM?
The CNSM? What do you mean the CNSM? What is that? What do you mean? I'm not familiar with that acronym. Maybe I'm a LARPer fraud right now, but I don't know what do you mean CNSM? If you follow up in the chat, I can answer your question. Cartoons? Which of the three Spider-Man live actions are close to the Well, I mean, I guess your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is a pretty easy shoe-in. Despite TASM being based off of the Raimi-verse, I do think that world is very different from the Raimi world. Which, I mean, of course it would be, because, you know, the TASM was made when there was only one Spider-Man film out, and, you know, 2 other films came out after that. Yeah, so I really think... Oh, and I also think MCU Spider-Man is very similar to Spider-Man 2017, that being that he goes to a school filled with gifted kids that are super science whizzes. I feel like that's very similar to Tom Holland's history in the character, being that he is surrounded by geniuses like himself. Why does your name use 2 objectives? Because I was an idiot when I was renaming myself, that's why. Originally, my channel was just probably Spider-Man, and I thought it'd be really hard to get sponsorships if that was my name, so I changed it to PSM and kept the Amazing, with the idea that one day I would drop the Amazing. I have not done it yet. The reason I didn't pick just PSM was because I thought my channel would get lost in the YouTube search. I think it'd be hard to look up PSM and find me, so I wanted to wait until I got a little more famous. Bro, why would Peter choose MJ over Black Cat? MJ is such a cheater. You don't read, bro. I'm not offended by your opinion because I know you don't read. If you read comics, if you read Spider-Man Parallel Lives, if you had read the JMS run with MJ, if you had read more comics than what you have seen people complaining about on Twitter in the misogynist forums that you're in, I would be upset by your opinion. But I'm not, because you do not read. I would be upset at you if you read Parallel Lives and came away with this conclusion. I would be upset at you if you read JMS, Spider-Man, and came away with this conclusion. But I will not be upset at you because you do not read, my friend. Hey bro, I'm only fucking 15. I'm low on money. I can't afford to be spending money on comics. Well, if you did spend money on comics, you would know that MJ is not just a cheater. And you can, bro, piracy, come on. Why do we act like piracy isn't a thing? I love piracy. Piracy is awesome. They took out Read Comics Online. They did, but there are some other sites that I'm currently using that are pretty good replacements. Kai, would you play the new Spider Layer update? I mean, yeah, at some point. I just get very on and off about VR. Like, it's nothing against Spider Layer. I just, like, there are months where I don't play VR for a long-ass time. And then I get in moods where I want to swing around a couple times a week. Recommend, such as, well, for specifically talking about Mary Jane, I recommend reading the post-marriage Spider-Man stuff. You know, some of the I think it's the late 80s, early 90s stuff. I think that's around issue, like, I think those stories take place, a lot of them are like just before 300. So if you start reading around the 200 range of Spider-Man and go from there, you'll get to see their love story. I'd recommend, if you want to skip ahead a little bit, you could go to JMS, which is like the early 2000s Spider-Man run. I think it is around Civil War. So if you start reading the character, I think at about like issue maybe like 450, something like that. Just look up JMS Spider-Man run and start at whatever issue it tells you to start at. Because there are some good Mary Jane stories there where you get to see her by herself. But also, I really do recommend reading Spider-Man Parallel Lives. It's a great story that gives you the backstory on Mary Jane and clues you in to her hesitation to being with Spider-Man. It clues the viewer into why she relates to Spider-Man so much, and it pretty obviously illustrates why Mary Jane is the perfect parallel to Peter Parker. So I recommend Parallel Lives. I recommend picking up around like issue 300. You could even start at 300 if you wanted. As long as you like have an idea of Spider-Man's origin, which I think everybody knows by now. But I'm not a big fan of Todd McFarlane. He's edgy. Fair enough. But some of the good MJ Peter shit is in there.
Too many with strong
Ethan
opinions who
Ainsworth,
don't
thank you for
touch
being a member for
comics.
39 months. Too many with strong opinions who don't touch comics. Hey Kai, if Marvel made a storyline about autism and ADHD, how would you write it to make it relatable? I don't know. Sorry, my throat hurts. I don't know. I think as long as you... I mean, I wouldn't know how the fuck to write something like that, despite being an autistic person. But and having ADHD as well. But I think the best way to do something like that is to really do your research, get to know people with autism, and really just make a story that's true to reality and not based on your own misconceptions about something. I think that's really the most important part of writing a story about anything, really, is just doing your research. That's half the battle. Because, I mean, there was a point where I was making this show where I was like, yeah, I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to have my own take on these characters that are different from the comic versions of them. And then I got to a point where I was like, well, I'm not a good fucking writer. Maybe I should take a look at these comics before I decide to start doing things with them. And so then I'd pick up comics, I'd read a lot more stories, and I'd be like, okay, I like this in this story, I'm going to use that. And I would also read things about certain characters to help inform my view on them. Mary Jane specifically. I have been reading a lot of comics specifically about Mary Jane, just to make my understanding of her a lot deeper before I ever try to tackle doing original Mary Jane stuff. So I think it helps to just study up on what you're writing about. There's too many Spider-Man comics. Where do I fucking start from, bro? I just told you where to start from! If you want to read comics specifically about Mary Jane, you can start around issue 300 with the Venom Saga, because that has Mary Jane in it. Alright, and they're living together at that point. Start around issue 300 if you want to read stuff about Mary Jane. Read Spider-Man Parallel Lives if you want to know about Mary Jane and think she's not think about her as more than a fucking cheater. If you want to read good Mary Jane comics, pick up the JMS Spider-Man run. That's if you want to know about Mary Jane. If you want to read Spider-Man comics, if you want to get started, start at the beginning. It's not that hard. I've been giving you recommendations this whole time, and you're just like, I can't see it. I can't hear it. This guy's not giving me anything. I've told you to start at around issue 300 and read JMS like 3 times. Start at the beginning. For God's sake, there's no problem with picking up ASM 1 and going from there.
D, don't ask where to start. Just pick something up and read. You'll catch on.
You could do that too.
That's how I started, and now I have over 12 long boxes of singles alone. At the bat_of_vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D, Kai, if you pick, would you stick with MTV Spider-Man, or would you want to see an actual Ultimate Spider-Man show that they wanted to do before MTV came?
That's tough. That's really tough. Oh, as much as I like MTV, I do think it'd be cool to see a faithful Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. I think I'd probably pick Ultimate Spider-Man animated. That'd be awesome, especially if they stuck to the fucking, if they stuck to the comics, art style, story, everything. Even the bad shit, okay? Like, I'm talking Peter. Now, I'm keep in mind, I'm autistic, all right? I've been called this word many times before I say it. So keep that in mind. Keep Peter calling people retarded, all right? Keep all the bad stuff, right, that people might say is aged. Keep all that, all right? Because I think it's fine to show viewers things that they don't agree with, right? It's good to have characters be flawed and say and do things that you would never do. Because, like, if you were watching a character that agrees with you all the time, then you're not really, like, are you really engaging with art if you're following a character that constantly does things that are morally ethical and true, right? But, yeah, like, I would keep everything. I wouldn't change a thing about it. And as long as you, and maybe if you even add some commentary on that about why some of that dated stuff is wrong, that's fine too. That's fine too. But I don't think our character should be perfectly, like, here, like, I don't think you could make a show like The Sopranos today. The Sopranos is a great fucking show, but it's filled with people that are morally detestable. They are outdated, they're homophobic, they're fucking misogynistic as shit. All of them are scumbags. But the reason it's such a great piece of art is because it forces the viewer to confront things that they don't agree with. The show makes you root for a fucking non-faithful, fucking misogynistic, murderous, rampaging sociopath. Don't think Batman should be saying that, though. All right, that's different. I think that's a bad story. Sopranos sounds like Breaking Bad, but worse. No. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. I've seen both of those shows. I love both of those shows. The Sopranos is one of the best fucking episodic TV series ever. Ever. Okay? I loved that show. I loved The Sopranos. Now, when I was watching it, I did think it got boring around season 1, and I did stop watching the show as frequently. But after season 1, and I got to the end of season 2, I was locked in. I love that show. The Sopranos is one of the best episodic stories ever. Love that fucking show. It gets better the more that you watch it. People think that nowadays portraying bad stuff means the creator supports bad stuff. Exactly. There's too much of that going around nowadays. The truth about art is that I was trying to explain this to somebody the other day about obsession, right? I was talking to somebody who doesn't like seeing rape in stories because it's a horrible thing, which I agree with. It's a horrible thing that makes you feel like shit. Why would anybody want to see that in a story? And I'll tell you why. You can tell a story with that in it and still create a good message, and you can still have a story that gets its point across to you, right? It's still... I think Obsession is a perfect example as for why rape stories and stories about consent are important. I think Obsession is one of the... This is going to sound horrible out of context, but I think Obsession is one of the greatest stories about sexual assault that's ever been told. Because it forces you to confront how morally detestable the main character is. And you wouldn't see that without the story forcing you to confront it. You wouldn't be able to come away with a conclusion about that subject matter if the story didn't force you to confront it. Now, I think that's different from stories that fetishize rape or make rape seem like this not so important thing. That's different. That's morally detestable. But you can still do stories that say important things about stuff like that. Me personally, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think you're a bad person for being homophobic. Permaban. I'm sorry, bro. Permaban. What the fuck are you talking about? Easy permaban. Easy permaban. What do you mean it's not a bad thing to be homophobic? Yeah, it's a bad thing to treat innocent people who are different from you badly. Of course that's a bad thing. Like, what? What? Like, you should be treating people differently from you if they're morally detestable. What is morally detestable about being gay? Get out of my chat. You're never coming back. Unless you come back on a burner like a pathetic ass motherfucker. Like, get out of my chat, bro. What are you talking about? Are you gonna put bad stuff in your show then? Hell yeah. I'm gonna try to put some stuff that people don't agree with in my show. Not because I agree or because I like the bad things, but because I want to make a commentary on those bad things. Again, right? The Sopranos, for example. All the main characters in that show are homophobic as fuck. And yet, the show is able to make a commentary on homophobia, showing you why homophobia is bad, and you can only do that with characters that disagree with you. You can only have commentaries on things that you don't like with characters that don't agree with you. You can only explore stuff like that with parallels. Unfortunately, you need bad to showcase good. You need good to contrast bad in storytelling. It helps. It helps you write a story. You need the parallel. You need the opposite. You need the thing that you don't like to fucking make your case. I don't know how to explain this. I just hope that you guys get my point. Will the bad stuff you put in the original story... Sorry, I feel like this is a jumbled chat. Will the bad stuff you put in be in original stories? Okay, no, that was just me. That was me fucking messing up the reading. Or will you take from or combine with existing Spider-Man comics from the story? Okay. I'm gonna try to explain to you what I mean by including bad stuff in my show. Or stuff that I think is morally detestable in my show. Like, I'm gonna... I don't know how to explain this, chat. Whatever. I'm gonna try to include it. I'm gonna try to make a commentary on stuff I don't like in my show. I don't know how I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna do that right now without spoiling all of it, so... Just know that if you see something in my show that you don't agree with, that I don't agree with those things, and I'm trying to make a commentary. Because you need to. Kai, what superpowers would you want? If I had to pick one, and when I say one, I don't mean like, oh, I want to be Superman, which means that I get heat ray, flying, all that shit. If I had to pick just one, to be fair, I'd probably pick the wall crawling. If I had to pick just one superpower, probably pick wall crawling. Or maybe spider sense. It's a hard pick. Because while spider sense would probably not be fun to have all the time, not as fun as wall crawling, I think spider sense could be good for you. But then again, you'd also kind of need the proportion, or you need the agility to make spider sense really work. So maybe I'd pick wall crawling. Spidey sense is broken. It's true that spider sense is broken, but you could... Here's the thing. If I had to pick any superpower, and I ended up picking spider sense, right? And I somehow end up in a moment where I'm being shot at, right? How would I even dodge the bullet? I don't have the spider speed. I don't have the agility. So if I just pick spider sense, I'd be like, oh, spider sense, I'm about to get shot. Boom. Couldn't dodge it quick enough without the
At the back
agility
underscore
powers.
vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99. D. Kai, which Batman villain do you think works and you would keep for Spider-Man, and which Spider-Man villain would work and keep for Batman?
Ooh. It's tough. Okay, here, I'm gonna rattle off a couple of Spider-Man villains that I think would be good for Batman. Lizard, Kingpin, maybe Vulture, but I think Vulture would be too easy. What else? Really, I think a lot of the Spider-Man villains work for Batman, as long as they're not too physically... Because I don't think Batman could fight Venom. I don't. I think Batman would lose to Venom. He would die to Venom. I don't care. People say, oh, Batman would figure out the symbiote has a weakness to sound. That's very circumstantial. I don't agree with that. I think there's a fat chance, 80% chance that Batman dies fighting Venom. But villains I think would be good from Batman to Spider-Man. I think... well, Mr. Freeze, obviously, because there's some sympathy there to be had, and maybe even Spider-Man is smart enough to help Mr. Freeze come up with a cure, maybe. Killer Croc, of course. Riddler, maybe? Because I'm not sure if Batman is smarter than Spider-Man or not. I love Spider-Man, but I think maybe Bruce Wayne has the money to make himself smarter. And Peter is kind of scrappy, let's admit that. So it may be a little harder for Pete to gain as much knowledge as Batman could with his money and connections. So Riddler, maybe. I could see Spider-Man beating the Riddler. Joker would be too easy. I don't think there's enough of a parallel between Spider-Man and Joker. I mean, maybe you could make a parallel, because Joker is someone who is unrestrained. Right? He does whatever he wants because he thinks it's funny, versus Spider-Man, a powerful individual who believes he must use his power as responsibly as possible. Maybe there's a parallel to be had between Spider-Man and Joker. Maybe. Bane. I think Bane would be good for Spider-Man. Well, maybe it'd be too easy because he could just yank his plugs out. Who knows? Who else would be good for Spider-Man? I don't know. Penguin, who fucking cares? Like, Spider-Man could deal with Penguin in an afternoon. I don't know. Poison Ivy would be cool. Yes, I agree. Although Spider-Man would probably create some pesticide webbing and just fucking go nuts. Solomon Grundy, that too. But then again, I feel like that'd be kind of easy for Spider-Man, just like Killer Croc might be. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Mr. Freeze, yeah, I already said Mr. Freeze. Harley Quinn, again, I think that'd be too easy for Spider-Man. Ra's al Ghul, that could be interesting. Spider-Man fighting a shit ton of ninjas, maybe. But I don't think those characters have enough of a connection. Like, Batman is connected to Ra's because he trained under him. So I think Spider-Man and Ra's looking at each other would be like, I don't know who the fuck you are, or care. Isn't Joker like Green Goblin? I mean, I guess mentally. No, I don't know. I think Joker's crazier than Green Goblin. And I think the Green Goblin's got a little more, the Green Goblin has got a little more dry. Well, I don't know. I think the Joker could get handled by Spider-Man with ease. Green Goblin is like the Joker on steroids. Literally. In some adaptations. Man-Bat. Yeah, Man-Bat could be great. I feel like it'd be another story where Spider-Man uses his scientific knowledge to cure somebody. So it could work. Who is your favorite Batman villain? Oof. I don't know. For me, I feel the same way about Batman's villains that I do Spider-Man, and it's that, like, I have a hard time picking a favorite because I mostly like them all.
At the bat_of vengeance is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. Op Team Green Arrow and Daredevil or Bat/Spider.
I think Batman and Spider-Man is way more powerful of a team up. Hey, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Drago? I read a chat I wanted to see. Or I wanted to read. Oh. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Harley Quinn. I guess I'd have to say, if I had to pick one, I'd pick Harley Quinn, just because I really like the... I like the rehabilitation angle with that character. I think some of my favorite Batman stories... And this is me being like really fucking BTAS brained. I love BTAS. It's one of my favorite superhero things ever. And again, if I wasn't a Spider-Man shill, all right, I'd put it in my top 5 superhero things, whatever. But I love the I love the idea that show constantly works with, the idea that no villain is inherently evil, and maybe in a world where they're given the choice, they could be cured and, you know, turned away from evil. I think Harley Quinn is one of those characters. So I think if I had to pick a favorite, it would probably be her, specifically because of the way she's existed throughout a lot of the stuff she's in. I guess if you like really look at her over a long period of time, it's that, yes, she is a bad guy and she is, you know, a goon for the Joker, but eventually there is a version of this character that changes and becomes a force for good. I want more of that. I love the message being that people can grow and change. I love characters that, you know, are commentaries about, you know, change and all that stuff. And that's kind of the reason why I like Spider-Man so much, is because he himself, I would argue, when done right, is a character that's about change. Change isn't something that just happens to you. It's something you got to fight for. It's something you got to keep working on. You want to change? That doesn't just happen in a day. You got to work on changing every damn day. And to me, that's kind of what Spider-Man is about. Because Spider-Man doesn't start an altruistic superhero. This is kind of the reason, this is kind of my problem with Tom Holland and his take on the character, though it's not his fault. I'm just saying Tom Holland so you know what I'm talking about. Peter Parker does not start as a perfectly pure of heart altruistic superhero. He is originally a selfish asshole. It is only then, when he is met by his own selfishness, that he decides to change.
Cool, they gave me $4.99.
From that point onward,
Kai, which Batman story could work for Spider-Man, and which Spider-Man story could work for Batman? I'll address that in a second. Comic, game, or movie.
The reason why Spider-Man is so powerful for me, and you can see this especially in a lot of his early stories, is that Spider-Man has to choose not to be selfish. He thinks about being selfish. He wishes he could be selfish. But ultimately, after the death of Uncle Ben, he is a character who starts to say, no, I can't do this. I can't be selfish. Like in issue 5, when Flash is kidnapped by Dr. Doom. Flash has been bullying Peter for the whole run. And he thinks to himself, fuck the Flash. Fuck Flash. I hate him. Let him die. Let Dr. Doom take him. And he's like, no, fuck it. I can't do that. I'm a fucking superhero. I have to use my powers for good. I love that shit. I love that shit. Anyway, Kai, which Batman story could work for Spider-Man? Which Spider-Man story could work for Batman? Either comic, game, or movie? I don't know. I could easily see Spider-Man in Batman Arkham Asylum, where Spider-Man just has to go to a jail where he's put a lot of people away and fight all those people in that jail. I could see Spider-Man doing that. But putting Spider-Man in a Batman story... I guess you could do Batman No Way Home. I feel like that's a cop-out answer, because No Way Home is kind of... let's be honest, chat. Let's really be honest with ourselves. No Way Home is not a genius plot. you could put any superhero with a bunch of rogues gallery, with a big rogues gallery and multiple versions of themselves. You could do No Way Home with any superhero that has rogues galleries and multiple versions of themselves. You could do it with the Flash. You could do it with fucking Superman. You could do it with any fucking character that has a lot of villains and multiple versions that have been done of them. Okay, I thought I was insane. I thought I was hearing music outside of the music that's already playing. I am! Hold on, chat. I might have to feed my dogs. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on, chat. 1 second. Chat, I'm back. PSM, if you read this, I love your videos, and one day I hope that I can make costumes as good as you do. You can, my viewer. You can make costumes as good as mine and better. I
At the
believe
Bat
in
underscore Vengeance is so cool they gave me $4.99.
Thank you, Bat of Vengeance.
D. Kai, would you have want to see a crossover between this Batman and 90s Spider-Man, or the Batman 2003 and Spectacular Spider-Man, or Arkham Batman? PS4SM.
I would say if I had to see a crossover between any of those, I would pick BTAS and 90s Spider-Man over everything else, because BTAS has my favorite version of Batman. So I'm picking BTAS over everything. And it has a version of Spider-Man that I think is pretty good. And I could also see 90s Spider-Man butting heads with Batman a little bit, which I think is pretty much required for a Batman Spider-Man tale, because I think the two would not get along at first. And I don't think I could imagine Yuri Lowenthal's version of the character specifically, not immediately being all hunky-dory with Batman and being all friendly, nice guy. So I'd say 90s Spider-Man and BTAS would probably be your best bet. I gotta stop reading the chat and I gotta lock in. Kai, who do you think is the best DC equivalent to Spider-Man? Batman, no question. There are a lot of times where Batman even bests Spider-Man in terms of having cool ass shit. Like, if I had to pick any other superhero to be #1 fan of, I'm picking Batman. No question. Hey, Kai, I can't find the Discord link under the membership tab. You know what? It's probably time that I put a new invite in there anyway, so I'll just make a new invite for people who want to join the members-only Discord server. Let me make a new invite, and then I'll put it in the membership tab, which all you have to do, if you want to get into my members-only Discord and you have a membership, all you have to do is go to the membership tab on my channel, and you will find the link and you can join. All you have to do is write a little introduction about yourself, and then you'll be let in. You also don't have to write an introduction if you don't want to. Even if you never get let into the server, you'll still be able to see all of the behind-the-scenes stuff that I'm posting. So you don't need to make an introduction if you don't want to. But, alright, I just posted a new Discord invite link into my members only tab, so it should be the first thing that you see. Kai, have you read Absolute Batman? No, but I've heard it's really good, and it's another reason why I'm jealous of Batman fans, because they get Batman, they get Absolute Batman, and what do I get? I get Ultimate Spider-Man, who gets fucking no diffed in Ultimate Endgame or whatever. See, like, another moment Spider-Man fans should be jealous of Batman fans. Alright, we get mid-ass Spider-Man reboot that doesn't really do anything. What do DC fans get? They get Absolute Batman. Come on. All right, we're getting Tom Holland slop crossover movies in 2021 with No Way Home. We're getting a Spider-Man vacation movie that doesn't follow up on the plot lines of the last movie. What do Batman fans get? They get a love letter to the character. with Batman 2022. Fuck me, bro. All we got is Spider-Verse
At the
and the
bat
Raimi
underscore
films.
vengeance is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. Which Bat and Spider villain is a good hybrid?
I love you, Bat of Vengeance. And you've got that Bruce Wayne money the way you're sending me donos every 5 minutes. But some of these questions, I don't know how to respond to. I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't know what Batman villains would be good to combine with Spider-Man villains. I really can't give you an answer there. I'm not sure. I just don't know. I don't know. Goblin and Joker or Clayface and Sandman? See, now, Goblin and Joker and Clayface and Sandman, those two combos sound too easy to me. Like, what would change about Sandman? What would change about Green Goblin? He would still be crazy. He'd just be flying around on a glider. Clayface Sandman, he'd still be able to turn into fucking shapes and fucking make weapons out of his own form. Right? It's like combining Lizard and Killer Croc. Scarecrow and Chameleon. I mean, that could be cool, but I don't see anything all that crazy about the combination. Because what? Would you just have this hybrid villain making horror scenarios for people that he can participate in with his shape-shifting powers? Like, I don't know. It doesn't really sound like too much of an interesting mashup to me. Because Scarecrow already is able to participate in his own nightmares. Killer Croc and Rhino. Again, I don't really think that there's a major way that character changes by combining them. He's still a big, tough guy the hero has to fight. I mean, they're cool. I guess it would be cool, like a cool hybrid on its face, but I don't really see the potential in it. Oh, you guys are gonna call me a goon for this
Broly is
one.
so cool they gave me $2. D.
Thank you,
Do you
Dr.
have
Broly.
any Spidey crack ships you like?
I do. And people are gonna call me a top goon for this. I don't care. I think Spider-Man and Morrigan is really funny. There's just something about those two together that, like, makes my fucking neurons activate. Not even, like, on some goon shit. I just think seeing them together is very, like, satisfying to me. Like, they don't even have to be dating. I think, like, the amount of fan art I see of them just, like, scratches this itch in my brain. It makes me happy. And I can say not even on some goon shit, and you guys won't even believe me. Just seeing the two of them together fills me with joy for some reason. And not a perverted enjoyment, but just like a... I don't know, for some reason I'm satisfied with those two, like, interacting. I think something about it is, like, inherently funny or enjoyable to me. But what's another crack ship? I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a ship that I hate. I hate Spider-Man and Deadpool. I hate that. Chun-Li in Spider-Man. That could be interesting. I don't really know much about Chun-Li though. Yo, is Brand New Day good? I see it tomorrow and I'm hella excited. I think it's very good. I think it's a really good movie. It's very fun. So you're gonna have a lot of fun when you go to the theater. It's pretty damn good. See, now why would you say that in my chat? Because I can't defend you. You've already... I can't defend you for saying this in my chat. You know exactly who you are. I'm not even gonna name any names. Gonna Google some goon art of them now. Thanks, PSM. Why? Why do I do what I
Luke
do?
Seward is so cool they gave me $2 Canadian. D. Long time no see, haven't joined a live in a while.
What's up, Luke Seward? Nice to see you again. Spider-Man X Jubilee? I don't know. I think Spider-Man may be a little too old for Jubilee. Like, isn't Jubilee like a late addition to the X-Men? And isn't she like a minor for most of her appearances? I think she may be a little too young for Spider-Man. Keep in mind, when the X-Men were coming up, Spider-Man and Cyclops were the same age. Just kids fighting crime. Jubilee comes into the X-Men later on. She may be too young for Spider-Man. Looks very good so far. If Spider-Man isn't with MJ, then I don't want him with a woman at all. Yaoi only? I mean, maybe get Gwen in there first, but hashtag based? Oh, well, no. Okay, hold on. No. If I had to keep only 3 of Spider-Man's relationships and nothing else, Gwen, Black Cat, Spider-Man. Or, what the fuck? Gwen, Black Cat, Mary Jane. Gwen, to demonstrate why Peter should not be lying about being Spider-Man to the people he loves. Black Cat, to demonstrate why it's important to be both Peter Parker and Spider-Man, because she fucking only likes Spider-Man. And again, it fucking plays off my point that you need the opposite of your point to make your point within storytelling. And 3, Mary Jane, to be the point of peace when Peter is finally with someone that loves him and sees him for all of what he is, and vice versa. If I had to keep 3, I'm keeping those 3. And if it's gay outside of that, I don't care. I don't care. So I low-key agree with that chat. What about Silk? What about Silk? What about Dan Slott's Asian fantasies, bro? What about Dan Slott's Asian fetishization fantasies, bro? What about that? I don't want to see anything about Silk, bro. I don't want to see nothing. I don't want to see nothing with Silk, bro. Leave Silk at home. Leave Dan Slott's pheromone fantasy at home, bro. Leave Dan Slott's pheromone fantasy at home. Leave Dan Slott's pheromone fantasy at home. I had to say it 3 times to make sure y'all heard me. Yo, Kai, opinions on the Spider-Man 2 fresh start suit? I feel that way about that model the same way I feel about all the other live-action Spider-Man suits that get put in the Insomniac games. It's not a perfect model. It's not a one-to-one recreation of the thing from the movie. Could it be better? Yes. They're probably going to update it in the future. But right now, it's a fine suit. It's fine. It could use some updates, but it's fine. I'm not gonna.
B&D yesterday. It was spectacular.
Hell yeah, Luke! I'm glad you liked it. But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here acting like everybody at Insomniac is a talentless fuck because they made a model that has some problems. They're probably getting rushed by Sony behind the scenes. They're probably mandated to make this fucking model. Who knows if they're even getting paid to do it with the fucking way the gaming industry is nowadays. I'm not going to sit here and act like everybody at Insomniac is a fucking fraud because they made a model that has some problems with it. They're probably going to go back and fix it and update it. I'm happy to get free shit. So the only thing I have to say about Insomniac putting that game in the model, or for putting that model in the game, positive things. That's all I got to say. I appreciate Insomniac for what they do, and I count on them to improve. I have no faith that they won't. I have no faith that they won't improve. So I got no problems with any flaws that they may or may not have. All right, you're gonna hear me. I have nothing but nice things to say about the team at Insomniac. All right, I may have criticisms of what they put out, but that's it. Everybody at Insomniac, talented. They deserve to be there. Great people. I think anybody that entertains hate going Insomniac's way is a fool. I disavow that. Jessica Jones is married and stuff in Marvel continuity. How do you feel about her having more interactions with Spidey? I love that.
Dr_Broly is so cool they gave me $2. D. Taco emoji. The Rivals mod is in the fan art channel.
I gotta see this. That was quick. That was quick as fuck. Let me take a look. Yo! That is awesome. Okay, well, I see how you made it so quickly. That is sick. Let me show you guys this. You got the PSM spray, PSM nameplate. That is fucking awesome, dude. Oh, and the icon as well. That's sick. Dude, thank you, Dr. Broly. I appreciate it. I gotta fix my rivals to use mods again. Because there was one update that just turned the mods off. So I think once I fix that up, I'll install it on my copy and play with it live. Thank you, Dr. Broly. Can I get a W, Dr. Broly, in the chat? I really appreciate that. Again, just because Dr. Broly asked before he made it, I want to make sure everybody knows you don't have to ask to make fan art. I'll take anything you guys make. I really appreciate it, and I love seeing you guys do whatever you want.
At Pizza Time 2099 is so cool they gave me $2 Canadian. D. What art style would your ideal SM game have?
The same one Ultimate Spider-Man had. Maybe not specific, maybe not like identical, but the fact that Ultimate Spider-Man emulated the look of the comic that it was making the game about, that was beautiful. I want more games to do that. I would love that. Like, I am so tired of the obsession with realism in superhero media. I think it's holding back the medium. Or I think it's holding back superhero stories, this obsession with realism. Some of the greatest superhero things ever made have foregone that fucking addiction to realism and just made something that was true to the way things looked. Like BTAS does not give a fuck about realism, does not give a damn if you think that something is unrealistic. Ultimate Spider-Man looks just like the comic, does not look realistic whatsoever, and it's one of the best Marvel video games ever made. Into the Spider-Verse does not at all look like real life, uses the Ben-Day dots, has fucking appreciation for comic art and how it was done. One of the best superhero movies of all time, and it revolutionized the animation industry. Give me more stuff like that. I am so tired of realism slop. Which I feel confident in saying because there actually is a lot of realism slop. Okay, but the Ross style is different? Okay, that's the only place I disagree with you. I love realism if it's Alex Ross doing it. Or, I agree with you, sorry. I love realism if it's Alex Ross. Alex Ross is the only person on the planet that I trust to visually adapt comic stuff into real life. Alex Ross. That's it. Nobody else. I don't trust anybody else to bring superhero stuff into real life. Alex Ross is the only person I trust. That's not just some normal opinion. That's hate speech. Where's the hate speech? Where? Where's the hate speech in my chat? Who's doing it? Where? I'm serious, where? Kai Etheric Foods is being homophobic? Is he? All I saw him saying was gay. And if he just says gay, I don't think that's homophobic. But if he's like we banned a dude for saying being gay was bad, or we banned a dude for saying that he doesn't care if people are homophobic. That's bad. But if someone is just saying gay over and over again, I mean, I don't know if that dude's trying to be homophobic. Is he like outright saying that gay people are bad or something? Because if he is, I'll boot him out for that. I'm not a straight ally. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. Boom, you're gone. Boom, you're gone. Now, if Etheric Foods genuinely did something that's anti-gay, I'm booting him out. But I haven't seen him say anything other than just gay. You know what? Just to be safe, I'll slap him with a 24-hour. Just to be safe. Hit him with a 24-hour. All right, boom. Both of them are gone. The Arachno guy is gone as well. They're playing my song right now. I fucking love this song. Oh, Etheric Foobs says he agrees with the homophobe? All right, bet. He's gone. Perma gone. Come on, man. Come on, man. All you gotta do is not be bigoted to stay in my chat. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. All right, all you gotta do is accept people that are different from you. It's not that fucking hard. I hate PSM. PSM is woke and gay. He sees things that are different from him, and he does not instantly react negatively and reject them, and instead he accepts them. That to me is woke and gay, and I think that's cringe. I hate PSM. PSM, you are my favorite YouTuber of all time. Bro, I appreciate that. Thank you. This is the type of shit to happen in the average PSM stream, lol. I'm not gonna lie, I wish it wasn't true, but it low-key is. Sex toy enthusiast with the $2.
At Sex Toy Enthusiast is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. About to have some Wendy's thought you should know.
Don't make me hungry, bro. Don't make me hungry. Stop. Don't make me hungry, bro. Come on. Dude, I haven't eaten all day outside of breakfast. It's fucking 5 o'clock. Don't make me hungry, bro. Seriously. I gotta finish this animation, bro. I can't be hungry yet. That's crazy. Somebody in the chat just got banned by a mod for saying I hate muties. Justified, though. Low-key justified. Sometimes people get a little out of hand with the fake slurs. You know? Like, you can tell that those people think slurs are funny, right? But they can't admit that about, like, real minority groups that have slurs. So they have to use the fake slurs to make jokes like that. And it's like, okay, bro, what would you be doing if it was acceptable to laugh about slurs that are real, right? Like, why? To me, it's kind of sus, and that's why I'm okay with stuff like that being
Simply Dan
banned.
Man is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. Give us a little twirl. Also look behind you.
I'm not gonna give you a little twirl, bro. Just a timeout because they were being corny for now. Valid. Like, it's not so bad that you should be perma'd for it, but I think it's sus behavior. Sus behavior. And we do put people in timeout here for sus behavior. We put people in timeout for less, I can't lie. That's crazy. 70% of people who have come in here have watched Brand New Day. I'm so sorry for the 30% of you. I know you guys are probably hungry to go see it, and like you can't get right to the theater to see it for some reason or another. Like maybe you can't afford a ticket or something like that. I'm so sorry for those of you who haven't seen it yet. I hope you get to see it soon. That Mario guy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Dude, the Mario guy is back with a vengeance. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Dude, Mario guy has almost single-handedly been paying for this show to be made as of lately. So, can I get a W Mario guy in the chat? Because keep in mind, that membership could have gone to any of you guys, and that's why Mario gave it out, because he knows that anybody could have been made a member by his generous donation. So don't feel excluded because you didn't get it, because it could have gone to you. So just can I get a W Mario guy in the chat? Fucking love this song. That's why I use it in like every video. What's Miles's best friend? Gangle? I know it sounds similar to Gangle. Yeah, that's his name. Miles' best friend. His name is Gangle. You can see him in the Insomniac verse. Miles' best friend, everybody knows, his iconic best friend, Gangle. PSM, what's the name of your song? This is Waterworld Theme 2. PSM, people want to know the program. It's Sprite, although I don't recommend it for the kind of animation I'm doing right now, because Sprite is better for pixel art and not big animations like I'm doing. Oh my god, it's another Waterworld track. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
At XT Saga is so cool they gave me $4.99.
Thank you, XT.
D, who's your favorite mutant? Mine's Wanda for no reason.
Ooh. You guys are gonna call me a basic bitch for this, but I really like Wolverine. If I had to pick a mutant, I'm gonna pick Wolverine. I feel like if I knew a little more about X-Men, I'd say Kurt, the Nightcrawler. But being the basic motherfucker that I am, I like Wolverine. I like that he is not part of the X-Men at first. I like that he's an outsider. I like that he is kind of this like bad boy character who likes to go off the docket and oppose the Boy Scout mentality of Cyclops, who is the leader. The outcast in a school full of outcasts is something that I find interesting. And I also like his backstory. I like his struggle, you know? Like the feeling that he has historically been not treated like a human being. The fact that, you know, Weapon X treated him like an animal, treated him like less than a man, treated him like a science experiment. And that is something that happened to him that forever changed him. You know, this fight to be seen as human by people who know him, right? And to be seen as more than this beast, which is very true about Wolverine. I find that to be so emotionally compelling. Is he a man or a beast? I'm the best at what I do, and what I do ain't so nice. Minecraft story mode. Ooh. What? Oh my god, it is playing Minecraft story mode. I didn't even fucking realize. It went to autoplay. I'm putting Crow Country in the queue. I know I always end up turning it off eventually, but there's some bangers in there. Wow, they really gave me a fucking a queue. Okay, they weren't playing Waterworld in that SNES comp. They're just playing an imaginary queue that they've set up that happened to have Waterworld in it. Yo, PSM, don't let me catch you lacking in NYC, Flint Marco Sandman. Fuck you, Sandman. I can beat your ass with a water gun. Oh, I forgot to shade the last shot. Yo, PSM, what would you want to see in Spider-Man 5? I talk about this in my brand new day video. I think I'd love to see Black Cat. I'd love to see the death of Jean DeWolf. I'd like Peter to get the symbiote in Secret Wars and move on to the next movie with it. But here's the thing. This is what I don't like about Infinity War. it puts Peter at a dramatically different place by the time his next sequel comes around. I think that hurt the character. So I would like for the next Avengers tie-in to not hugely disrupt what's going on with Spider-Man next time around. So I would like the next Avengers appearance for Spider-Man to not dramatically shift what's happening in the story from movie to movie. Because, like, bro, imagine doing a rewatch of all the Spider-Man movies, the Homecoming movies. You go from Homecoming to Far From Home, and you've never seen Infinity War and Endgame. You're like, bro, what the fuck is happening? I wanted to know how Aunt May reacted to finding out her fucking son was Spider-Man. And you just don't. You just don't get to see that. I think that is one of the biggest things that hurts those movies, is that skip takes out a great character moment that could have really fleshed out Aunt May. It's half the reason I don't like Aunt May in these movies, because she could have some emotional development outside of a moment like that. Do they give it to her? No. They just stick her with Happy Hogan the whole movie. And it's like, bro, fuck you. I wanted to see Aunt May and her fretting over her only living relative being a superhero. Come on. Like that, I will never get over that. That is one of the biggest fucking flaws of the MCU, is the fact that Aunt May does not get to, like, the fact that we do not get to see her, like, talking with Peter about him being Spider-Man outside of her, like, joking around with him in Far From Home is huge fucking disservice to her character. Huge. There's so much fucking development could have happened right in that moment. But they cut it out and they turn it into a joke, and I will never forgive that. I will never ever forgive that aspect of MCU Aunt May. To treat her and what keeps her up at night, what would keep her up at night, is a fucking joke to never get followed up on. I hate that. Disgusting. Infuriating. Maddening. All the bad words. Yeah, fuck that old hag. Somebody said, yo, chill. Kai, how did you feel about that one character's introduction to Brand New Day? I'm not going to say the name in case I end up spoiling it for someone in the chat. But I enjoyed the scenes with her. I thought they were funny. I do think it is kind of funny that Spider-Man still has to listen to another superhero say that what he does is small, right? Like how Iron Man says that Spider-Man works in the little gray area. This character in Brand New Day does the same thing to him 4 movies later. I do think it's kind of funny that Tom's Spider-Man still has to deal with people saying that about him. But other than that, I found her scene to be really funny. All right, I've had enough Crow Country. What the fuck is playing right now? Give me Silent Hill.
You can't find a ranch style with a view.
No, shut the fuck up, bro. Why am I getting ads?
Recommend Realtor.com. With their expert new search tool, just search it like you'd say it.
Just search it like you'd say it.
Make it real with Realtor.com.
Shut the fuck up, Realtor.com. I'm not trying to hear this shit. No, this is not the right video. Okay. Yo, Bat Spectre, what's up, bro? You guys worry me sometimes. Kind of shit I see in the chat when I look over every now and again. Like I can't help but just like look over and sigh sometimes. Some of the stuff I see. And what keeps me up at night, what scares me, is I'll never know if you're being serious or if you were trolling. I'll never know. PSM, you genuinely need animators. I need them. Can I afford them? No. All right, let's see how it looks so far. Very good. Oh, God. PSM, when's episode 2 of your show coming out? I don't know. If I can get it done by the end of the year, that'd be a shock to me. Oh. Hire me for free. See, chat, here's my fucking thing, okay? Where is your ability to look out for yourself? All right. What do you mean you would work for me for free? What is wrong with you? Where are your dreams? All right. Where are your ambitions? All right. Where is your what are the hopes and dreams that you want to fulfill in your life? Okay. Talking about you want to work for me for free, right? This is my ambition. All right, sitting around animating Spider-Man sometimes for hours on end. We're at the 3-hour count. I have spent 6 hours in total on this animation, some of that off camera. You're telling me that you would do that for free. You would spend over 3 hours for free. Where are your hopes? Where are your dreams? Where are your where are your things in your own life that you would spend hours on end working on? Don't sit around talking about how you would fulfill my dreams for free. Go do your thing. Go do the thing that you want to do. Go do the thing that you would do for free for yourself. Go out there and do it. Don't help me fulfill my dreams, chat. You gotta leave some room for yourself at the end of the day. Okay, that's not gonna work the way I want it. I study animation in college. This is no different from what I do anyway. I mean, fair enough, but to work unpaid, like the people in the chat saying they would do it for free? No, bro. I could not ask someone to do what I have forced myself to do for free. I just couldn't do it. It would be unethical. It would be immoral. It would be unfair to you, the potential person I'm making do this for free. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it, chat. Like, you guys got to sit down grinding for your own ambitions. All right, as much as I would love help, I would love for everybody in the world to be able to reach their own dreams even more. This is my dream. Don't slave away for my dream. Let me do that. You watched The Odyssey. Yes, I watched The Odyssey. I loved it. Thought it was good. Kind of sad that Odysseus didn't tell the Cyclops his name was nobody, but still liked the movie. Well, see, what if animating for you is their dream? I mean, I guess then fine, but even still, I wouldn't make somebody do that for free. Like, I would not be okay with somebody working on my show for free, even if they were my biggest fan in the fucking world and they could animate stuff super well. I'd still want to pay them for their time.
At Jump0_Juice3 is so cool they gave me $1.99. D, can you play Theme of Laura?
I got you. Hold on, it's gonna play in a second. Love this song. Fucking love this song. See, God, this is why you're better than me. I'm cheap. Bro, you're supposed to be the Batman YouTuber. How can you emulate the millions that Bruce Wayne has? You need... Somebody give Bat Spectre $1 million right now so he can Batman Max. See, Bat Spectre, if I'm poor, it works for me because I'm the Spider-Man guy, but you gotta have that Batman money, bro. He's lying, it's part of his secret identity. Bat Spectre, make your own show. Chat, I'm not fucking kidding. I would never ask somebody to sit down and make a multi-episode animated show about their favorite character. But if I had to force anybody on the planet to do it, I think somebody who I would be incredibly interested to see something like that from would be Bat Spectre. I think his art style is so fucking great and it could lend to animation really well. I think Bat Spectre could do an awesome Batman cartoon. That being, if it fucking paid for him to do it, which I got lucky. Alright, I got lucked out into that being the truth for me, but that can't be the truth for everyone. If Bat Spectre was willing to do it, I bet it would be awesome. Turn the music down, we can't hear you very well, but chat, the song is awesome. Oh wow, that means a lot actually. It's true, Spectre, it's true. That Frick Bears mod you made is something that comes to mind in terms of art style. Love your videos, man. I like the way you shade the webs and the shadows in dark red. Yeah, it's a way for me to do shading while also like saving myself time drawing the webs. The reason I think Spectacular Spider-Man is drawn the way that he is with the very wide web pattern is because of how fucking annoying it is to draw Spider-Man's webs every frame. So I'm kind of trying to get away from that with the way that I do it. And hopefully I can be lazy in this. No, fuck. I'm not going to be lazy. I'm just going to redo it. What scene are you rotoscoping anyways? I'm rotoscoping that one shot where Peter swings by. I'll play it just so you guys can get an idea. It's this shot. Looks so good with the background, doesn't it? First save, by the way. Almost done with this animation, and this is my first time saving my progress on it. Fuck, man, I love Akira Yamaoka.
At CB Media 321 is so cool they gave me £4.99.
Thank you,
I'm
CB.
making a whole Ben 10 movie by myself. If you can do it, I can.
True. Yo, I didn't know you could use video references in A-Sprite. I am not actually. I'm using a video that I've converted into a GIF. So I have just injected a GIF into the program. The intro song to Brand New Day was peak. I'm not gonna lie, when I was in the theater listening to that play for the first time, like watching that montage for the first time, I was in heaven, bro. Like, I can't explain the joy and pure jubilation I felt during that montage. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there were some points in that movie where I'm like doing the thinker pose, like sitting there taking in all the writing choices they're making. For like half of the MJ shit they do in that movie, I'm like sitting there with like this, like so locked in, analyzing the story choices, which is like such a contrast to me smiling and getting giddy like a fucking child during that opening montage. I was locked in for every other point in the movie. But for that opening half, I'm like jumping up and down in my seat, pretty much. I love what they did with MJ in that movie. I'm very happy about that. Is this the new version of Laura? It is. How loud is that? I think that's fine. Kai, how's that Spider-Man versus the Enforcers fan film doing? It's been a while since I've checked on it, I'll be honest. But it's still gonna come out soon, I think. Although I am kind of not disappointed, but I am nervous to release that after Brand New Day. Cause like that's a hard act to follow. All the shit they do in Brand New Day. Like, we do some stunt work in Spider-Man versus the Enforcers. Like, we do a lot of like physical stunt work in that fan film, but it's nowhere near as good as the shit that Destin Daniel Cretton is doing. So I was kind of hoping that what we were gonna do was gonna come out before Brand New Day, because I think now that people have seen Brand New Day and the incredible stunt work in that movie, they're gonna be like, bro, this is some dog shit, bro. You made a dog shit fan film. Like, come on, bro. But I think people are gonna say that regardless of how well we did the stunt work in this fan film. But I think this fan film is gonna be good. It just needs a little more time in the pot. And I do want people to keep in mind it's a short. It's not like a full-length fan film that's like 2 hours like Lotus or something. Like, it's a short fan film meant to adapt a snapshot of a scene from the comic. It's not a long fan film. It's a fan short. So it's like 10 minutes. It might not even be 10 minutes. It's like maybe sub 10 minutes. But yeah, I hope people like it. Because I do want to do more. I want to do more page to screens. I'm not, my hunger is not satisfied. Are you going to bring back the 3D backgrounds? Maybe. Maybe. I'm going to have a joke in this episode. And well, it's not a joke, but it is, I do intend it to kind of be funny. But I am going to have a gag at the end of this episode where, because at the end of the last episode, you see like Spider-Man talking to me as I'm like drawing the show or whatever. I'm going to do the same thing with this, except you're going to see me drawing in the credits, and then I'm going to go, Mephisto, where are you, Mephisto? I know you're watching. And then Mephisto's going to come down and he's going to be like, what the fuck? What do you want? And I'm going to be like, Mephisto, I want to make a deal with you, bro. And you're like, he's going to be like, what? You want to make a deal with me? And I'm going to be like, yeah. And he's like, okay, what's the deal? And I'm going to be like, Mephisto, make it so that I can animate the show with anime lip sync to save myself time. And Mephisto's going to be like, all right, bet, but you have to make it so that Spider-Man has to meet me at some point and make a deal with me. And then I'm going to be like, bet. And then maybe at some point, I'll make another deal with Mephisto at the end of the episode to be like, Mephisto, it's not enough. I still need more slack off my back in the animation department. Mephisto, can I make a deal with you to get the 3D backgrounds? And Mephisto will be like, okay, but you have to give me your soul and you'll be damned to hell when you die. And I'll be like, okay. I know you don't watch a lot of fan films, but do you believe that fan films have an inherent charm to them? Or do you believe that most of them have a bit of charm to them? Oh yeah, of course I believe that. Like, if you watch Dan Poole's original Spider-Man fan films, the charm is leaking out of them. If you watch fucking Attack of the Octopus, incredible film. Minsky knocks it out of the park. The charm is oozing out of that movie. You watch William Minsky's Attack of the Octopus, Spider-Man Attack of the Octopus, boom, charm all over that. I think a lot of the Spider-Man fan films have charm. Yeah. And I love seeing, I think a lot of that charm comes from seeing low-budget productions deal with the high-flying action of Spider-Man, because it's a tough task. Spider-Man is a tough character to adapt. He requires money. He requires spectacle. He requires big stunts with people that know how to do backflips. It's a very demanding character. Way more demanding than Batman.
At Peanut_Productions 06 is so cool they gave me $1.99. D, amazing work. Love your content.
Thank you, Peanut. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think a lot of the charm from Spider-Man fan films comes from watching these small-time, small-budget directors do what they gotta do to emulate even the smallest bit of the spectacle of Spider-Man, and I think that's where a lot of the that's where a lot of the charm comes from. Watching these people make up for their lack of a budget. And I say that as non-derogatorily as possible. Like, I know that may make me, in my opinion of these things, sound belittling, but I think if anything, it's endearing watching these small-time projects try to keep up with the high-flying nature of this character. Kai, what would you say is your favorite adaptation of the classic suit? Well, it depends on what you consider an adaptation of the classic suit. Like, would you say Todd McFarlane and the way he revolutionized the way Spider-Man is drawn? Would you consider that a adaptation of the classic suit? I don't, personally. I would consider the TASM2 suit. Like, I'd say something in the vein of the Stark suit or the Raimi suit. Like, anything that makes a incredibly noticeable change, that I would call that an adaptation of the classic suit. That being said, my favorite adaptation of the classic suit, it's gotta be TASM2. Like, I know a lot of people don't like the basketball suit. They think it looks dumb. They don't like the patterning. They don't like the texture on the suit. I don't care. One of the most under-touched on aspects of Spider-Man, to me, at least in the modern day, is that he is not a normal, even if there could be such a thing, he is not a normal superhero. And I think any adaptation that is able to play into that, I love. Even if it means, like, making Spider-Man himself look creepy. I love that. So, if you give me a look for Spider-Man that... Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Fuck it. But yeah, give me a Spider-Man design that makes him look creepy and rugged. I love it. And I think TASM does exactly that. I love everything about that suit. I love... Well, maybe not everything. I do not like the piss stain. But I love the textures. I love the fabrics. I love the fact that you can see the stitching on the edges of the costume. I love the sharp golden lenses. I love the way the web pattern wraps around the suit and it's not clean, it's not nice, it's not uniform. Love that. I think the worst thing about the TASM suit, in my opinion, is that it inspired some Spider-Man redesigns that are so much worse and take so much less time to really put small details in there that I find to be good for the character. Because here's what TASM does. It attempts to make a grounded look for Spider-Man that looks true to something a teenager could build. It puts shoes on it. It has the stitching be all dirty and not cleanly done, not professionally done. It takes steps like that to make a suit that tries to be true to something that Peter Parker could make. That part I appreciate. The problem is that every other Spider-Man redesign saw what TASM did and thought, okay, I can just do the same thing but way less thought out. Because now every Spider-Man redesign has these big, thick, shoes on them. Every Spider-Man redesign now has 1 million seams on it, right? And they're not clean, ugly, and they're not ugly seams like the TASM suit, which hints at Peter's scrappiness and inability to make a superhero costume cleanly, right? There's the exposed web shooter, which is made out of super clean tech and not an old watch, right? What else is there? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like every redesign after TASM was trying to be TASM, but with way less grit and way less thought about how Peter Parker is making the costume itself. I don't know if he's even there or just had a cameo, but would Daredevil being in the film, or at least having a big role akin to Frank, would that make the movie better to you? I don't know. I don't really think so. I'm not in a rush to say so. I mean, I love Daredevil, but I think the role Frank serves in the film is really good. Keep in mind, I do not like MCU Frank Castle. I do not like the way that they portray the Punisher. All right, I think Godzilla Mendoza and Mullet Man Comics are right in their opinion that John Bernthal's The Punisher is a it's a thing that does not understand the original Punisher. But the way he's used in this movie, I love it. They make him and his loneliness a parallel to Peter's. They turn this character into...
At CB Media 321 is so cool they gave me £4 and
Thank you, CB
99
Media.
pence. D, I like the tape web shooters on the rival's Bagman suit.
Yeah, me too. They take the Punisher, who is a character who is known for choosing the peaceful life in this version, known for trying to quit being the Punisher, and they make him into a guy who can have fun and show a little bit of heart, right? Which I don't think comic Punisher would do, but this version of him clearly would. And this movie capitalizes on that and uses a version of the character that I don't like in a way that I do like. Because I could see this version of the Punisher standing in the window going, for all the kids. I could see this version of the character doing that. I can't see comic Punisher doing that. And while I don't like the way that he is on his own, I think the way that he is used in this movie is really good.
Hey Kai, what's your ideal Spider-Man movie?
I think something that touches on Peter's isolation and depression as Spider-Man, the weight of the responsibility akin to Spider-Man 2. I like the isolation aspect in Brand New Day. I think that's good. But I think I'd like it more if it had Mary Jane the way she existed in the comics. I think that could be a good complement to the film, and have it be animated. My ideal Spider-Man film is not live action. It's animated. But yeah, I'm kind of trying to do my ideal Spider-Man story with my show. So I think it'd be a lot easier to understand what my ideal Spider-Man movie whatever is after my show is done and I'm 60 and you're 40 or whatever. And then, 40 years later, when the whole thing is done, you'll be able to say, huh, now I know what PSM really wanted out of this character. But that's a long time from now. 2D animated, I wouldn't mind something like Spider-Verse, to be honest. I think superheroes are done best in animation, and I think a show that proves this is BTAS. Again, BTAS is one of my biggest inspirations for this show. Because the animated look lends well when you're translating these characters from comics to animation. Because it's a cartoon, I think people are less likely to turn up their nose to the way Batman is designed in animation as opposed to live action. Because you don't see anybody watching BTAS and going, oh, Batman looks so ridiculous in this. Batman looks so dumb. And then you turn on, like, I don't know, fucking Adam West Batman or something, and people say, like, oh, Batman looks so silly and stupid here. Even though the design is pretty much exactly the same. I think that's one of the reasons why I think it's easier to tell superhero stories in a non-realistic style. Because it's easier for the viewer to just accept what is happening. Because if you put things in reality, people start to get upset for some reason. And it's like, bro, you're watching a story about fucking long underwear characters, and you are getting upset that they look like long underwear characters. In my perfect world, Alex Ross would be the visual director for the MCU. I don't give a fuck that people would get mad that the superheroes are wearing spandex that looks corny. I don't care. In my perfect world, every comic book hero would look exactly as they do in Alex Ross paintings. And I don't care how unrealistic it is that Batman is wearing this like spandex looking costume. I don't care that people think it's stupid that Superman is wearing this simple spandex outfit. I don't care. I do not care one bit. PSM, what's your opinion on how they should do the MCU symbiote? Do it like the comic. Do it exactly like the comic. I do not trust these people to tell a story about the... I do not trust these people to tell a new story about the symbiote. And while some people may be like, oh, you're anti-creative, you're anti-this, you're anti-that, the original story of the symbiote has not been done yet. So far, the symbiote has only been treated like this giant monster that possesses people and turns them into superpowered goop beings. Meanwhile, the original story of the symbiote is one about heartbreak, betrayal, love. That doesn't get done with modern-day symbiotes. The modern-day symbiote is just a goop monster to take over the city, and that is not what the symbiote is. The symbiote is a character in itself, and it is not treated that way at all. I think if the MCU would just fucking do the symbiote as God intended, there would be some serious love for the symbiote that we don't see today. Oddly enough, Alex Ross says that he would use body paint. He would body paint everyone and use CGI to enhance that and make it look like a costume. I don't know about that. Like what? Are you going to have Wonder Woman in the studio with like nipple pasties and like her costume painted on? That would be incredibly hard to do because you'd have to repaint it every shoot day. I disagree with the GOAT, Alex Ross, there. I think a physical costume would be way more smart to do, because then you'd have to repaint the actor every time. What about the way the symbiote is treated in the Spectacular Spider-Man storyline? That's fine. I think they did a decent job there, because at least they treat the symbiote like a sentient thinking thing in that show. Like Eddie Brock attributes he talks about the symbiote as if it's a person, right? Saying, it only loved me for the hate. Or the moment where the symbiote talks to Peter and the emotions it's getting off of him. While not perfect, at least there is some personification of the symbiote, which is really what I'm looking for. I don't want the symbiote to be treated like an emotionless goop monster. It is not that. The symbiote is a thinking, feeling thing. Somebody in the chat using grok, ban. That's a ban. No AI use in my chat. Come on. But yeah, people will get mad at me for saying that, you know, these directors should not do their own stories and just adapt the comic stuff. Meanwhile, we live in the world where the symbiote is just a goop monster and the original story of the symbiote has never been done before. I think the symbiote is one of the biggest examples of why directors should not be adapting comic books in the way that they do now. I think the symbiote is one of the biggest examples of the failures of modern superhero adaptation. The way the symbiote gets treated. Because, like, think about it, right? Spider-Man, friend or foe? The symbiote is treated like a evil force that is trying to take over the world. Spider-Man, Web of Shadows. The symbiote is an evil force that tries to take over New York City and effectively the world. In Spider-Man 2, the symbiote is treated like an evil force that is just trying to take over the world. I'm so tired of that shit. I'm so tired of that shit. Like, bro, we do not need to see that story for the millionth time. I'm getting really tired of it. We're almost done, chat. We're almost done. What about the Venom movies? It's at least a little bit better there, but I think that once again there is another failure to Venom's character in those movies, that being the lack of Spider-Man. I know some people might think that it's weird that I would think that a Venom movie that separates Venom from Spider-Man wouldn't be good for him. Some people might think it's weird that I think that, but I think that Venom's character development, Spider-Man is integral to that. Because you need Spider-Man to... Okay, here's the deal, right? Spider-Man rejects the symbiote. He betrays the symbiote in its eyes. Come Eddie Brock, whose life has been ruined by Peter Parker. Or not by Peter Parker, by Spider-Man. And him inadvertently exposing Eddie Brock for being a fraud. Two beings hate Spider-Man, hate Peter Parker. They come together and they become Venom. In their minds, they are the hero of the story and Spider-Man has wronged them. To them, Spider-Man is a villain. They are the hero. If they see a baby getting thrown out a window, they're not a fucking maniacal laughing supervillain. They're not going to sit here and let it happen. They're going to save the baby. They're a good guy at the heart of it all, but they have a misconception being that Spider-Man is the most fucking, like, to the symbiote, to Venom, Spider-Man is Hitler. Spider-Man must fucking die at all costs. He is a scourge to the planet. He fucking hates that motherfucker more than anything. Eventually, at some point in time, the symbiote begins to realize that Spider-Man is not such a bad guy. They were right, or that they were wrong about Spider-Man. And eventually, that informs their greater development into becoming a superhero. Which, in my opinion, is part of what makes the symbiote story so powerful. It is something that learns to forgive. There was always the capability for good in the symbiote, but it just learns to forgive, which is powerful.
At CB Media 321 is so cool they gave me £1.99. D. Maybe MJ's BF from the party could be Eddie Brock.
No. I hope that's Paul. I'm being so dead ass. I hope that's Paul. I'm so sad they didn't name him in the credits. But I did see something else. PSM, Tom said he wants the symbiote to be a practical suit, but he also thinks it should be like the Spider-Man 2 suit. Or the Spider-Man 2 suit from the video game. What are your thoughts on that? See, this is what I don't understand about Tom Holland. His knowledge of Spider-Man, mostly, or at least from things that he have said, evidently, his knowledge on Spider-Man is mostly about the movies. Why now would he think that the symbiote... Why now would he think that the symbiote can't be a practical thing? He's seen Spider-Man 3. He's seen how it's done in that movie. And while I do think the symbiote does need a CG component eventually, when, you know, you've got to rip it off of yourself without destroying an actual suit, or you got to have it like meld onto your body, that can be the CG component, fine. I don't see why he wouldn't just immediately know that it could be both. Because in my opinion, the symbiote should be something that looks like a real costume, enough to fool Spider-Man into thinking that it's just a costume and not an alien being. And then it has the part of it that, like, slithers around and, like, forms over your body. And maybe you can do that with CGI. And I think it's that simple. It's really that simple. MJ's boyfriend's name is Nate. Well, he's not named as Nate in the credits. I know what you're talking about. The part in the movie where Ned talks about that guy named Nate Dogg or whatever, but there's nothing that says that that guy that MJ is macking on, there's nothing in the movie that says that he is Nate Dogg. He goes unnamed in the credits.
At CB Media 321 is so cool they gave me £1.99. D, why do you hope it's Paul? Emphasis
I mean,
on hope.
If anybody is going to be stealing Peter's girlfriend, I think it should be the guy that's notorious for stealing stealing Peter's boyfriend. What the fuck am I talking about? If there is anybody... Okay. If there is a character in a movie that's notorious for doing something a character in the comics is notorious for, I do kind of think they should just tie the knot and be like, yeah, that's Paul. Why not at this point? I think it'd be funny. Paul has become a meme. PSM, they did name his boyfriend. PSM, they did name the boyfriend. His name is Nate. Chat, no, the fuck, they didn't. If you watch the credits and you wait for this guy to be named in the credits, he is not named as Nate. They name him the boyfriend. You guys are wrong. They name him as the boyfriend in the credits. Check the IMDb page. Stay hydrated. Yo, Ice Cream Soup, thank you for the stay hydrated. And you know what? Just to honor your dono, I will. Sipping. Whew. Yo, Ice Cream Soup, thank you for the watermelon. Back-to-back Jules, I appreciate you. If they said his name was Paul, I would have cheered in the theater. That's funny. So the boyfriend doesn't have a name. That's what I'm saying. That is what I am saying. Yo, Plushy World, thank you for the silver stars. I still don't know what the jewels do. I wish that YouTube was not trying to be every other social media app in the world. Although I do appreciate the jewels. I just don't know what they do. Damn, how are you so good at animating with the mouse? I don't know, I'm just goated like that. You know, some people, when they find out that I've animated this entire show with a mouse and not a digital tablet and pen, they look at me like I'm insane. And I just, you know, sit there with all my aura and my swag for animating with a mouse, and I just look at them and I say, that's just me, baby. I make it look easy. That's just me, baby. I make it look easy. Four hours, damn. Holy fuck, I've been animating for 4 hours. Shit! God, I feel like I was just talking about how I've been animating for 3 hours. It's already 4 hours. Nah, a mouse is crazy. Okay, chat, I'm lying to you. I'm animating with a pen. You just can't see it. Bro's aura is green with flies. That's actually not true. I showered before I got on live. It's because I went rock climbing. Show us an update on how the clip looks. It's almost done. Be patient. I'll show you when it's done, and it's almost done. So just give me a second. You're literally about to see the finished product. Yo, Rob! Thank you for the 10 W keys. PSM, I actually prefer Venom when he's an actual pure evil villain instead of a reform hero or a misunderstood hero. Make him both very scary and both a bit goofy, but most scary. Here's the thing. He can be a misunderstood hero while also being scary as fuck. You forget that his mission in life is to kill Spider-Man, the protagonist of the story. He can still be scary as all get out and pure evil. The catch is just that it's only to one person who he is convinced is evil. You can have your cake and eat it too. He can be pure evil. He can be terrifying. It just has to be to one guy who he has convinced himself is pure evil. I think, if anything, that makes him way more interesting than being some mustache-twirling, maniacal, no-morality villain. I think making him pure evil not only mischaracterizes him, but also robs him of his interest. Will you ever make a movie for this show? I want to do a Spider-Man Blue adaptation.
At CB Media 321 is so cool they gave me £4.99. D.
Thank
what
you,
would
CB
you want
Media.
from a Lego Marvel Superheroes 3 if we got one?
I don't know. I don't really care about those games. I played them a lot growing up, but I don't really care anymore. But yeah, you can have your cake and eat it too with the Venom thing. All right, let me go frame by frame and make sure that I'm not, like, missing anything. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I think if you want Venom to just be the most evil motherfucker alive, I don't really think you get what makes Venom interesting in the first place, no offense.
At Manova, it is so cool they gave me $5. D. Make him turn invisible.
Who, Venom? Yeah, I want to do that when I include Venom for real. Obviously, Venom was not really Venom in the last episode, just a Mysterio illusion. When Venom shows up for real, you guys are going to see the stark difference in Venom, fake Venom in the first episode versus real Venom. First of all, real Venom is going to be an oppressive force that Spider-Man cannot easily beat. He's going to be turning invisible. He's going to be running circles around Spider-Man. Spider-Man is not going to be able to physically match Venom. Don't worry, chat. I will not undersell Venom's powerful abilities once he shows up. Are you drawing the webs as well? Yeah, I'm going to draw that in. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play it no background, and then I'm going to play it with the background. How long did it take you to animate episode 1 of your show? Well, if you include all the concepts, you know, all the conceptualization I had to do before the film, or before the episode 1, I'd say 3 years, but animating itself, 1 year. It took me 1 year to animate the first episode. It took me like 2 years before that to figure out how I wanted it to look. This animation right here has taken me 7 hours so far, and it's not done. And then we'll do the background as well, just so you guys can use your imagination. Venom can go invisible? Jojo, I don't want to expose you as a non-comic reader who misunderstands Venom, but if you didn't know that Venom could turn invisible, come on, man. That's like one of the first things he does. You've kind of exposed yourself for not knowing Venom that well. But yeah, there we go. No offense, Jojo Drip. I'm not trying to put you on blast. I'm just saying. I don't know why I take these disagreements I have about comic characters so seriously. It's not that deep. See, now I am drawing the web. I am drawing the web with the mouse right now. Sorry, chat. This is the part of the stream where I forget I'm supposed to be an entertainer. And I sit around and I say nothing. Alright, so now I have to animate the web trail. All right, there we go. Now let's see how that looks. Hi, Kai, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Ozzy? You know the scene's gonna be good when Kai forgets that he's streaming. True. There it is. There it is. Chat, I said that I might work on the background for this today. Been here for 4 hours and 15 minutes, bro. Fuck no. Kai, what are some stories you really want adapted in a Ditko Spider-Man show? Honestly, I think the first 10 issues are mandatory. Well, you could skip the Enforcers. I don't really care about the Enforcers. You could stop at 9 with Electro and skip stuff. I'd say mandatory. Every villain of the week story that has something important happening with Betty Brant. All the Doc Ock stuff. Of course, Intro to Green Goblin. Issue 25. Mandatory. Especially mandatory is the 3-part If This Be My Destiny saga. And you could maybe even end it there if you wanted. Oh, well, I guess you couldn't. Well, I don't know. Maybe. And then you could... Well, maybe you could end it on Joe. Because I do think Joe is specifically very eerie, that issue. Just because it's the last issue Steve Ditko ever drew of Spider-Man.
At Cloud Kai 35 is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. I rewatched BND and Steam is still on Lamau.
Damn, that's kind of crazy to think about. The fact that you could watch Brand New Day and come back and I'm still sitting here animating. That's kind of funny. Kai, rate the fight scenes from Spider-Man Brand New Day. 10 out of 10. All of them, 10 out of 10. Thanks for the insight, Unk. I'm 24. I'm not even 24. I'm 23. I'm going to be 24 in like 6 months. I'm getting called Unk. PSM, is Doc Ock your favorite Spider-Man villain? I have trouble picking my favorite Spider-Man villain. I like them all. And I know that may make me sound like a LARPer, but it's hard for me to pick a favorite of the bunch because I like them all. Like, I have more affection for, like, Mary Jane or any of the side characters like Aunt May than I do any of the villains. Not that I don't like the villains. I just like other stuff in Spider-Man media more enough to pick my favorite. Like, it's easier for me to pick my favorite love interest than it is my favorite villain. Because I like them all, really. Except for the 1000. I hate the 1000. Alright. That being said, though, chat, I'm done with this shot. I'm done with this shot. And I'm gonna post it in my members only Discord. So let me export this real quick. And then at some point, I'm going to have to come back to this animation and do the background. I don't know if I'll do that on stream or not, but at some point, it's going to get done. And now... Oh shit, Cybergrim! Nice to see you in my server. Love the art you posted in the intro. Love that original Brand New Day piece. With Spider-Man upside down. Love that. Alright, let me post in my... how do I join the Discord? All you have to do is hit the join button on the channel. Then go to the membership tab on my channel and you'll see the invite link. It's the most recent post in there. And once you do that, you'll be in the members only Discord. Once you type an introduction, but you don't have to type an introduction if you don't want. You'll still be able to see all of the members only content without introducing yourself. But okay, let me finish posting all my temp animations. All right, chat. The animation is up in the members only Discord. If you want to take a peek at that, you can. But for now, I'm gonna start blessing up to everybody who sent me money this stream, because it is only because of you guys that I can be paid to make the Spider-Man content you love to see from me, or at least I hope you love it. And if anything, your money goes to making it better and making it come out quicker. I cannot stress this enough, chat. This show would be canceled within a month if I didn't have your monetary support. I can't do this unless I get enough money to stay alive from doing it. So just know, every time you think about how dedicated I am, how I can spend 7 hours animating something, remember that you, yes you, fund it. Even if you're just sitting in the chat and you haven't given me a dime, it's you guys who keep me in business. So I want to give a huge thank you to everybody that donated this stream. Thank you so much. Manova, Cloudy Kai, CB Media, Peanut Production, Jumbo Juice, XT Sava, That Mario Guy, Simply Dan, Sex Toy Enthusiast, Pizza Time, Dr. Broly, Luke Seaward, The Bat of Vengeance. So much donos from the Bat of Vengeance. Thank you, Bat of Vengeance. Ethan Nainsworth, Glup Shido, Barack Obama, Ryan Bush, the 76th Doctor, Zen 69696. A lot of repeat donos. I'm trying to find anybody I missed. Joe Geo, Unistar, Chris J 3290. Thank you, Cortez Huntley. Thank you, Silver Crawler, Jason McDuck, Robin X Hood, Spider Ree, and Spider Queer. Thank you so much for donating. I appreciate you guys. Again, like I said, it's you guys who keep me in the business of entertaining you all. I can't thank you enough. You guys have given me my dream job, and I love you all for it. Chat, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you're having an incredible, spectacular, amazing day. If you haven't seen Brand New Day yet, I hope you get to see it soon. It's an incredible film. You'll have a lot of fun watching it. Chat, I hope you're doing all right. I hope everyone you know is doing all right. I love you all. See you next time.